Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Clearwater County's regular council meeting for the 23rd of August, 2022. There is an agenda before you. Before I do that, though, I will mention that all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. Agenda before you, would there be any additions or deletions? Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Ibrahim. If I may, under Public Works, add airport ditching proposed project.
Okay, can we do that as 9:13 then? With that, or sorry, I'm wrong on that. 7.2, would that work? Any additional additions or deletions? Seeing none, I would call or ask for a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor Swanson, please. And all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. The minutes of the regular meeting of the 26th of July 2022 have been circulated. Were there any errors or omissions in those minutes? Seeing none, I would ask for a motion to adopt. Councillor Melhoff? Further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. That allows us to skip down to item 5.1 from Emergency and Legislative Services and the RMA 2022 Fall Resolutions. And I'll go to Ms. Haggard, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Good morning, members of council. With me, I have Joshua Shidabe. I know you met Josh in a previous meeting that I was unable to attend for one of the seconder resolution items that he prepared for council. He also did assist with the writing of both of these resolutions. So I just wanted to give credit where credit is due before I get started. As council will recall, we've talked about resolutions for the fall 2022 a few times over, but at the May 24th meeting, administration heard from council that they wanted a couple resolutions prepared related to asking the province for funding for a portion of the public lands camping passes to municipalities in those eastern slopes that are impacted by that public lands use. And then as well, we had a delegation earlier in the 2022 regarding speed reductions when passing school buses with flashing ambers on. So that's something else we're bringing to council as a resolution for their consideration and amendment if there's any additional clauses you'd like added to those resolutions. Just for background in terms of the resolution process again, and I know council is very familiar, but just for everybody else, resolutions are crucial to the rural municipalities of Alberta's advocacy efforts. They allow municipalities to have a direct role in identifying priority issues that require action by other levels of government. Resolutions are typically directed towards the provincial federal government seeking change to legislation, regulation, or policy, addressing funding or program issues, or encouraging alternative policy approaches specific to rural municipal concerns in RMA's case. A resolution must be voted on by municipalities at the district level and before they proceed to the overall provincial RMA conference, which is later in the fall. So we're a member of Central District 2, and the deadline for resolutions is coming up in the first week of September. And the next central meeting is going to be taking place the first week of October in Starland County. And should council consider these resolutions before them and approve them, we'd have to seek out a seconder and then go forward with that process to the Central District. So in terms of process, I'm going to turn it back to council and you can tell us how you'd like to go through it. Do you want me to go through line by line each resolution, or would you wish to make any amendments as you see fit?
All right, thank you very much. I guess a couple of resolutions or potential resolutions before us here. In this case, I believe Clearwater County would be taking the lead in those resolutions. Want to make sure we can define what we believe the importance of that resolution is, what it will do for ultimately for our communities moving forward. Thoughts around perhaps the first one, the public lands camping pass. I know there is a bit of background material on it. Maybe Ms. Haggard, if you could kind of summarize the key points there.
You bet. In the initial part of the resolution, it's the whereas clauses are referencing the Public Lands Amendment Act, which allowed for that public lands camping pass to be enforced, as well as the act and who has authority to authorize that cost. The ministerial order relating to the camping pass fees specifically, the benefits of using public lands and having sustainable outdoor recreation, which is important for all of Albertans. There's some details in the whereas clauses in terms of the Government of Alberta's commitment to using the fees that they collect as part of that public lands camping pass for maintenance and management of the public land and recreation, public safety. What the Minister of Alberta Environment and Parks of the day had stated in terms of how the fees will be used in our area, and funding conservation officers on the ground, enhance public safety, and environmental and waste management. The salient points for council for this resolution probably are 7 down. The seventh whereas clause, where it talks about municipal resources, which is our fire services, our peace officers, other groups like search and rescue, our solid waste management, and municipal facilities and washrooms that are relied upon by those folks that use the public lands, that there is an impact on municipalities in terms of a service level that's provided to the public that isn't recoupable through taxation, because they're often visitors from other jurisdictions. And if the money is being collected on the province's behalf for those things, that we share in that cost along with the province. And there's other volunteer and community groups. I know we heard from a few over the last few council meetings, trails groups, bikes groups, that also are impacted by those recreational activities that may be able to benefit from additional grant funding should that become available for using those public lands camping pass dollars collected at the provincial level. And the second from last whereas clause included a consultation in terms of those infrastructure upgrades. I don't think that's something that council has seen coming forward at the municipal level in terms of where those staging areas and washroom facilities are. And from a municipal perspective, I think that's important as well, because then we're not perhaps being redundant in something that we're planning to do in a local area. So I think that's also an important thing to include. And then, the meat is in the therefore clause, which is that the rural municipalities of Alberta request the Government of Alberta provide a portion of the public lands camping pass to municipalities with adjacent public lands to offset additional costs for those fire services, peace officers, solid waste services, along with the municipal facilities and washrooms that are used, that are associated with that recreational public lands use, and then also consider a program to be a coordinating agency for local community groups impacted by public lands use as well. So kind of a two-part ask of the province in terms of securing some additional funding related to that recreational public lands use.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Okay. I was slightly faster than Councillor Milhoff. Do we have an idea of how much the municipality is subsidizing the activities on these public lands? Like, do we have sort of a number in mind of what we would like to see as a
dollar amount?
cost recover? Yes.
That's a great question, Councillor Ratcliffe. I don't. Oh, there we go. It would be hard to quantify, because there'd be usage that would be regular use, residential use from our area. We could certainly take that back and try and crunch some numbers to see if we could come up with an amount, but I think anything would be anecdotal, because it's subjective to the volume at the time, how nice the weekends are, whether it's our taxpayers or the public members coming from other communities. And certainly, we could probably quantify things like, cost of garbage, cost of enforcement, we're doing it anyway, cost of fire services, we could do some number crunching, but I don't have anything concrete to let you know that there's a cost associated with.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll go to Councillor Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. This is one of the suggestions that I had put forward when we were looking for resolution suggestions, because I think it's extremely important that if we were going to continue to help service our backcountry and keep it, to steal a word from the Reeve, to keep it the gem that it is, we need to continue to support it. We need to keep the infrastructure good. We need to ensure that our fire services are strong. And to put that solely on the backs of the taxpayers that live here isn't necessarily appropriate, considering that the province is taking a fee for the use of that area. So therefore, the needs of that area that we are the ones paying for should be accessible to that fund that has been put forward by the province. So I think this is an important step forward in us helping to continue to keep the gem that is our backcountry as pristine as we've been able to do so far. And I love that you added community groups. Well done.
I guess a comment I would make, I think anytime we bring something before a provincial association such as the RMA, we look at the membership of that association. Unfortunately, this resolution really is impacting the municipalities along the foothills. Those that are in that region would be the most affected by it. Sometimes it's hard to gather support and support from those municipalities that they don't really see having any skin in this game. And that's the only challenge I really think seeing it. It makes absolute sense to put this as an ask. And, but you know, getting enthusiasm and buy-in from the rest of the municipalities that aren't directly affected by this might be a little bit more challenging. I just recall something around the ATV licensing fees that we're hoping to be circulated back into kind of cover trail development and things like that. There was surprisingly less interest in that in the rest of the province. But just I don't want to be a wet blanket, but that's some of the thoughts I had. Additional thoughts, comments on this first resolution? Councillor Melhoff again, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm hoping that we can speak passionately enough that they will see that it is something that they should support, even though it doesn't directly affect them. I'm sure that there's resolutions that have been placed previously that are for other parts of the province that don't necessarily affect us, but we can see the value in. So hopefully our passion will show through and we're able to get the support we need.
Great, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Graham and then to the Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I think it's a great resolution. I think it's really well written. I think it's good to go ahead, and I would hope those municipalities would understand too that that's their residents. They want to have good fire service and good search and rescue to help them. So hopefully they can see that. Yeah.
And Deputy Reeve, please.
Good morning, thank you, Reeve. Good morning to everybody. Just everything that I've read for the province, they've already stated that a lot of the funds will be redirected to and intended to preserve and enhance recreational experiences in the West Country. It was also intended to be portions of the funding to go to municipalities to support services and stuff like that already. So I just wonder if there was already instances or if there's any specific circumstances where the government has maybe not spent that money in the fashion that they said. So and if there isn't, I think the province has already stated that they want to reinvest this money into the West Country. So I just wonder if this resolution might be creating redundance. So that's my thoughts on it.
Additional thoughts, questions? Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. When I reached out to Minister Nixon in the fall prior to me wanting to have this come forward, he even said this would sound like a great resolution to keep them accountable so that because right now it's scheduled to go into general coffers. So this would make it so that they would have to prove or at least show that that's exactly what they're doing. He did say that that some of that money is going towards enforcement. They have some more conservation officers being added to the eastern slopes, some of the trails, etc. But this would continue to keep them moving in that direction rather than seeing it as a added tax that they can utilize for other purposes. I don't know if that totally answers your question, but hopefully it gives you some.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, I think this is a great resolution to enable us to provide those services that we are providing in the backcountry. Has any approaches been made for a seconder for this at this point?
Ms. Haggard?
No, at this point not, as we're waiting on council's endorsement for the resolution first, and then that would be the next step. We did second Ponoka County's resolution related to EMS, and then the subsequent item to this was from Mountain View County for a seconder, so I think we can ask one of our central region neighbors to do the same for us following this meeting.
And of course, this resolution would be going to the CRMA.
You bet.
So that gives the ability for questions to be asked, what it means, and you know, I think get a sense of how important those central zone municipalities feel this issue is, and I think that would give a pretty good gauge of bringing it forward at the RMA. So.
I think we should move forward with this.
Okay. Any further comments, questions on that this first resolution then? I think we'd probably be looking for a motion to accept this resolution being placed forward to the CRMA. Councillor Graham?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I'd like to make a motion that council accepts the number 1 resolution portion of the public lands camping pass funding to be directed to municipalities to move forward to CRMA.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Second item there is a speed reduction requirement when passing school buses with flashing amber lights. And again, maybe I would ask, maybe if you could just do a basic outline of it, just like you did.
Absolutely, Reeve Lougheed. Thank you for that. And again, council will recall this came from a local delegation that asked for change to legislation that would allow for reduction of speed for passing motorists when school buses have their yellow or amber lights flashing. There's less whereas clauses within this one for the fact that there isn't existing legislation related to this type of ask specifically, other than that the highways in Alberta are governed by the Traffic Safety Act, and the Lieutenant Governor and Council can set those rules of the road, and there are many rules of the road. And then the Traffic Safety Act also provides for speed limits in other areas like school zones, and allowing peace officers or police officers the ability to fine people contravening those suggested regulations. There aren't currently any regulations regarded to overtaking a school bus that has flashing ambers on. It's more of a suggestion in terms of passing with caution. And that's where council landed with this ask of a resolution, was that there are speed reductions for other types of emergency services and passing emergency vehicles, passing plow trucks, driving through construction or playground and school zones. And the therefore clause is that the rural municipalities of Alberta urge the government of Alberta and the Lieutenant Governor and Council to enact a legislation for regulations for motorists passing school buses with amber lights flashing, and consider setting a maximum speed limit of 60 kilometers an hour or slower on all roadways when passing school buses, whether you're passing, going the same direction or the opposite direction, and when they have their flashing lights activated in amber. Of course, it is required to stop if they're red. Prohibiting the passing of school bus while traveling the same direction if those amber lights are flashing and are activated, and providing regulations for roadside signage for school bus stops on primary highways in Alberta. That was the ask that came from the delegation specifically. So I'll leave that up to council's discretion if there's any wordsmithing that you'd like within the resolution.
And I'll go to Councillor Graham first.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I have a question. As part of our correspondence, we've received a response from the letter that we wrote in regards to this from the minister that is in charge of this department. Should we still be moving forward with this resolution when it's already at the levels it needs to be at? Does it help if we have some extra umph under that, or is it kind of tedious to do this now?
That's totally up to council's discretion. It seems like it's a redundant process because we did do the letter and the resolution. The only thing I can say about a resolution is then it's going to be supported by a seconder, by the central region, then perhaps the larger RMA. There may be more leverage the more folks we have behind that push in that direction. But I'll leave that up to council because it was a motion. We had to provide it as administration for you as a resolution, and then you can do with it as you see fit.
Okay, thank you.
So additional comments, Councillor Swanson, please.
Thank you for that, because that was my take as well, is that we need to bring this to the larger portion of the province, because this isn't just a local issue, it's a provincial issue. And really and truthfully, whenever you see flashing lights, you're supposed to slow down anyways for other things, so we might as well put the school bus in there too, and just make things consistent as far as I'm concerned. So I believe we need to bring this forward.
Thank you, and I think I'll probably be showing my age on here. I remember a time when there were no amber lights on school buses, and the idea was that you could use caution around that great big giant yellow thing that hauls a lot of kids around. And I think as part of the public awareness, putting those those pre-warning lights, that if those amber ones are flashing, it doesn't mean speed up to get around the bus because it's about to stop. Public education is important in this, and then bringing it to the forefront of our municipalities and our provincial government. Perhaps there is some way to put some teeth into what should be common sense. If you see cautionary yellow flashing lights, people should really understand what a flashing yellow light means as basic traffic procedure. But I think it's good to have a resolution coming forward that brings a bit of a spotlight to a problem that's there, and ultimately it's public safety. I would certainly support that. I did also read the response from the Deputy Minister as well, which I kind of read that, well, we've already got something in place that should be taking care of it, which is true. But when there's a problem, I think we need to put an additional spotlight on things and see if that can be mandated through legislation. Additional questions? I'll go to Councillor Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I agree. I also read his letter. To me, it sounded more like a placation than an actual, I'm gonna fix this problem. Maybe that's me speaking out of turn, but that's the way that I read the letter. I think that this is extremely important for us to support. Also, I polled several people just in the general community, and they didn't know that this wasn't already a rule. They didn't know this wasn't already a law. So the fact that most of them already saw that that's something they should do is great. However, we have the school bus drivers that were coming in and telling us specifically that this is a problem. And having kids that ride a school bus every day, I've seen it happen, and I myself would also love to see this go forward, and I'm glad that our community is pushing it forward. And again, this is very well written. Thank you for all of your work on it.
Councillor Swanson.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay.
Okay, that council will approve the resolution for speed reduction requirement when passing a school bus with flashing amber lights to proceed to the CRMA.
Thank you. Additional discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. And I guess that kind of falls then in with the seconder request as well. So I maybe item 5.2.
You know you're getting close to the resolution deadline when we've got 3 of them in front of council. So the next item is a simple one. We received the draft resolution for requesting or advocating for more training for combined laboratory and x-ray technologists in the province, so that those skill sets are available for rural healthcare. Mountain View County requested Clearwater County Council consider seconding their motion so that it may be tabled at that central rural municipalities of Alberta meeting.
Okay. Additional questions, comments around this particular option of seconding Mountain View County's motion? Councillor Ratcliffe, and then I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I was surprised to learn that we only have capacity for 40 of these in a year as our population grows. So I fully support seconding this draft resolution.
And Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I would concur with Councillor Radcliffe. I believe we should support this as well.
Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I agree. My only concern is a lot of the training for physicians has actually changed, where X-ray is first line, but it's not necessarily being utilized as often as something like a CT. So I don't know if we should be looking at also, like subsequent to this, adding in more capacity for CT scanners within the rural landscape, rather than having to have people be transported throughout the entire province to have CTs, which is now becoming the gold standard of lab and technology services. Even so much as a headache is often being sent into the city for a CT. So, and if that's what the residents are learning in school, that's everybody gets a CT, perhaps we should be advocating that they have those available and the technicians available to run them in all of the rural hospitals, just as an aside. But this is also very important.
Further discussion? Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I'd be happy to motion that we second the resolution from Mountain View County, that we second the request from Mountain View County for this resolution.
Did we capture that? Okay, so we do have, I think we have clarity on what we're doing here. We're really just motioning to second the motion from, or for the resolution from Mountain View County. So all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much, and thank you. That takes us down to item 6, and that is, or more specifically, item 6.1, which is an electric vehicle charging station in Nordegg. And I see we're being joined by Mr. Pratt and Mr. Riaz. Good morning. So I'll turn it over to you to introduce this item, if you would.
Thank you. eVenture Northwest Alberta has approached Clearwater County with the opportunity to install 2 level 2 charging stations in Nordegg. What they're asking for is land that is municipally owned, just 2 parking spots, and to have a connection to the appropriate level of power. And after some discussion with Public Works, we have settled on 2 parking spots in the Discovery Center parking area. And it actually is fairly close to the electrical lines. And so the second part of the ask is the 2 parking spots, and then also make sure that power is running to the spot, which the estimate would be about $20,000 to make sure that we have that level of power running right to the location. The rest of this, the install, comes from the group, eVentures Northwest Alberta itself. They put in a cement pad that they just plop down on the land, and they put 2 pedestals, and it will be up and running. And so the ask is they need confirmation that the county is going to provide a 10-year free lease of the land, and that they will have power to connect.
Okay. I'll go to Councillor Melhoff first.
Thank you, Reeve. How much would they be paying for the power itself? Or would they be getting the lease and the power?
No, the power is not free. They will arrange with, I think they have 3 different companies that can sort of bid tender on providing the power. And people who are hooking up will be paying for the power at the site. What the county would be paying for is just making sure that the lines are running to the site.
Okay. Can I ask a follow-up?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Have you heard from any other companies? It's my understanding there's several eVenture plug-in car companies, companies that can provide this service. Would this not be us supporting one individual company that is a for-profit business?
This is not a company, it's a nonprofit association.
Okay.
which is using, I think right now they're at about 18 different municipalities across northwest Alberta working on this together to create a large network of EV stations. Very similar to the Peaks to Prairies network that's in southern Alberta, where they had, I think I've got it here, they did 19 stations in 2019, and their intention is to try to get into mid-30s over the next year or two.
Thank you.
And I'm gonna go to Councillor Graham, and then we'll work our way down the line.
Thank you, Reeve Wahid. It mentioned in their little write-up here, I believe, that Mountain View County was one of the municipalities. I believe I read that.
They've been reaching out to quite a few.
Okay.
My understanding is they have currently about 12 installs already going in place this year.
Okay.
And we would be on the list for this coming year.
Okay, so we don't know how much. Mountain View is kind of close to us, so I was kind of wondering if they're receiving a lot of traffic on it, but they don't have it yet. No. Okay, thank you.
If I could expand that too. Good morning, Arif. Good morning, Council. The town of Rocky Mountain House is also a partner in this endeavor. So we'll be working with them too.
And I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Would there be any long-term liabilities to the county by going into this that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of. At the end, because it's simply a mobile pedestal, cement pad that they put down, and then the two charging stations that go on top of those, the removal, my understanding, is fairly easy, or even moving the service if needed.
Okay. All right.
If I may, maybe we can also consult with our legal advisor just to make sure that there are no any implications, if you wish.
I think this, on the surface, looks like an asset for the area that we should move ahead with. Thank you.
And I'll go to Councillor Swanson, who's been patiently waiting.
Question for Public Works in regards to the Nordegg plan and in regards to all the extra infrastructure that we are going to future upgrade, roads, etc., in that area. Would this impede that? Is this, when you consulted, is this going to be an area that this can stay for 10 years, or will we be having to upheaval and move it again within that 10-year period as far as the Nordic plan is concerned?
Mr. Hanson, please.
Yes, good morning, Council. Great question. So we were consulted in the area selection. I know when we were looking at the Heritage Center, from as far as this council's given instruction for, is that Heritage Center is going to stay in place. So that's why we were recommending that it would be like close to the edge of that building, so that way any other additional work infrastructure would be outside of that area specifically. So provided that there are no surprises that come down that say that the Heritage Center would have to go and then we would construct something else. That's why we're trying to, if we stay close to the building, we do have additional parking there already. So we anticipated that would be a viable location that would have the least amount of risk there to be moved in the future. We were a little bit concerned, moving up into the commercial core, that one other large parking area, if the plan does change there, that might be actually developed further. So that's why I think this location around the Heritage Center is the most secure.
Go ahead, please.
So I understand that we have to do an electrical upgrade or for them to be able to connect, right? Is that the understanding? And would that also benefit the Discovery Center as well? So if we're going to do it for them, would it be beneficial? We're in the trench there, would it be, or are we okay at the Discovery Center?
I am not the expert on that.
Oh, you're again? Sorry.
No, that's great. So we have three-phase power up there already. We have
Right.
the Discovery Center is serviced electrically. It's just the close proximity, that's $20,000 for the service specifically for this unit. So it would be a wash. There would be no concerns for our building and this close proximity to the three-phase power line that's currently there.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm going to go to Deputy Reid Northcott and then back to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve. Are there any other electrical vehicle charging stations in our neighboring municipalities of Caroline or Rocky Mountain House, or are there any other ones in the county?
PV Mart used to have one, but unfortunately, due to repeated vandalism, they withdrew, which is my understanding, and speaking with the manager, they said that's unique to PV Mart. They offer these all over their stores, and Rocky's the only community they've had to actually take it out, unfortunately. So currently, Rocky doesn't have a public access one. There are, I believe, 2 hotels that have some low-level ones they can charge overnight. Nordegg, one of the Airbnbs, actually has a low-level one, but again, you have to park like 8 hours or something like that. For theirs, really meant for their guests primarily. I don't believe Caroline has one currently. But Rocky, in participating in this program, is going to be installing one. And we have had multiple requests from drivers to put one in, but this is the first time.
Okay, no, thank you. I was just really curious to see what the success rate and the uptake is on there's just more traffic and stuff like that would go through Caroline and Rocky Mountain House on a little bit more main corridors, and I was just curious how many vehicles would be using.
There is an app that tells you where locations, public access locations are, and Highway 11, Western Highway 11, unfortunately, is a blank spot on that map.
Great, thanks.
I just might note that some of those progressive communities like Condor seem to be having a couple of those pop up. The new school builds have electric charging spots in their new builds. So it's exciting to see that come to those small communities first before our larger ones. And I guess before I go to Councillor Graham, I would have one question. There was kind of a mix of terminology there. There's the DCFC, or I assume that is the DC fast charging, and then the level 2. I know there is a level 3, I believe, as well, that is kind of the hour-long charging. Which one were we kind of talking about here in Nordic?
The organization commits to doing 2 level 2 stations, and if the power is available, they would do a level 3, 1 level 2 and 1 level 3. Okay. They would do that analysis after the county is willing to commit having land available.
So it is kind of a mix of those two.
Most of
it's not just a level 2 charger, it could potentially
Most of the installs they've done so far have had a level 2 and a level 3. But in a few of the smaller communities where they don't necessarily have all the power necessary, they've done 2 level 2s.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Thank you. So once these are installed, there's a request for a tender process to figure out who operates and owns them, from my understanding from.
That is completely up to eVentures.
Okay.
The county will be hands-off from that.
Okay. What I'm curious about is, obviously people have to pay to use these. Does that company then financially gain from that, or is it a not-for-profit?
Oh, the electrical company?
Not whoever owns the actual station.
Oh, the eVentures?
Yeah.
That is through the nonprofit.
Okay.
And they're doing this in part with grant that they've received from federal funds and also some private companies that have contributed. And so they're trying to hook up the communities. They are not making a profit from it.
So then whoever comes in and owns it afterwards does not make a profit?
The electrical company makes a profit on what they're charging, but the eVenture itself does not.
But then once it's installed, it's not eVenture who owns it? From what I read in here, that's what I understood. They do a request for tender process, I believe it said, or something like that, and then.
It's a request for tender for the servicing.
For the service.
Is my understanding.
Okay. So they still own it, and it's just for the power.
And so at the end of the 10 years, if we don't want it,
we can just get rid of it.
eVentures would take that back.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm going to go to Councillor Cermak, and then I'll go back to Division 1.
The question I got is, if this is under great demand, and we say that it can be expanded, is the area that you picked, can we expand to 4 or 5 stations at that same location without having to move it?
Mr. Hanson?
I'm sure we could, because, you know, electrical vehicles are typically smaller. You know, the parking up around that Heritage Center would facilitate, I'm sure, for those charging stations. At first glance, when we looked at this, you know, ideally it'd be much better for a private company such as the Shell to actually take on something like this as, you know, if they were to install the infrastructure for that service, you know, it provides a parking spot for tourists to come in, charge, go in, and use their facilities, and you'd think there'd be a business model or a case there. And maybe that will happen in the future, but this company specifically, for the security of a site, that's really why they wanted municipal land. But I'm sure that what it doesn't do is close the door for another company to come in and actually partner with a, you know, maybe a new hotel or the existing hotel or the gas station to expand in other locations throughout that community. So I think this is a really good start. I can attest I just drove back that Highway 1 from Salmon Arm, and the amount of electrical vehicles that you see on that road from a tourism capacity is just increased tenfold. And we know that it's a long jag to go from Rocky Mountain House. If you're gonna get a charge there, you know, it's an hour drive on power because you're climbing all the way to Nordegg. You know, another top up there. And then I don't believe the North Saskatchewan River crossing is even viable yet because they generate all their own power. So it has a lot of appeal to this company there to have a charging station for in Nordegg, because that's kind of the last link if you're gonna try to do the Parkway tour, for example. I think it's a good draw for tourism and provide an opportunity for this increased demand in these electrical vehicles.
Yeah, I just asked a question because in anything that I've had to move, it usually costs more to move it and then reinstall it in another location. So I'd like to pick a location that can expand without much cost to anybody. Thanks.
And I'll go to Councillor Melhoff and then back to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson and I went to a planning conference last February, May, and they did a whole presentation on ATV, UTV, and snowmobile electric capacity and how they have those coming in. Will this help service that population as well, or is this only for vehicles? Is that a separate plug-in or a different adapter, or to make sure that they're also being serviced?
That I am not certain of.
Okay, that'd be cool if they could also help that community, or that portion of the community as well.
My understanding is there's several standards that they're developing and being adaptable within those things as well. Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
I believe the ghost feels I should make a motion here that we approve staff recommendation to join with eVenture Northwest and support the installation of electric charging station at Nordegg.
Thank you for that. I would make one comment as well, I think relating to that. At one time, there was a federal provincial granting opportunity for electric charging stations. Is that something that's still available, or is that being used in this case? And would that exclude us as a municipality from applying for that kind of grant funding?
Is if we had other locations that we could still apply for that grant funding.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to go to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I'm gonna go back to my other question because I found it here in the paperwork we received, and I just wanna have clarification on it, just because if someone's gonna profit from it, I don't think that we should be paying to install it. It just says a competitive RFP process administered by partners will be hosted to identify the best, most qualified organization for the installation, ownership, and ongoing operations and maintenance of the co-sited DCFC Level 2 charging station. So it does say that there is gonna be ownership, so that kind of to me says it's not gonna be, I don't know if I'm just misunderstanding. It also mentions 2021 in here, so it's obviously a dated document, but for me to vote in favor of this, I just need to kind of understand how it's gonna work, and I just don't think that we should be paying to install this if someone is gonna be profiting from it. That's just where my head is at.
Okay. And Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Thank you, Reeve. Absolutely agree with all of Councillor Graham's comments. And I was just thinking, I know that there was a comment made that there'll be an electric vehicle charging station at the new school in Condor. I was just wondering how the funding, if anybody knows how the funding for that station is being installed, or
I would, only reason I brought that forward is because it was an observation that I saw that there were two. Now, ultimately, there may be only the opportunity for those staff employees to access that site as well. I really don't know what the plans. It is a public facility. Mr.
If I
Riaz.
could, I believe that is funded through the school board in the province. So that's part of their building design. Yeah.
thank you.
Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I agree with Councillor Graham, just like my question in the beginning, was this a profit organization? And if it is, I don't think we should be building this. But we should, in turn, if this is a for-profit organization or if it will be going to a for-profit organization, there was grants mentioned at the RMA trade fair, the FCM trade fair, like all the different places that we've been. Perhaps if this isn't the way to do it, perhaps we should get grants and we build it at that point. But yeah, I definitely would like to find out if that's the case with this or not.
Councillor Swanson, please.
Is it possible we could postpone this motion until we get further clarification? I didn't know if there was a time management for them getting in, so that's why I'm asking.
They give us actually an extension now, but I can go back and get the details. Unfortunately, summer holidays with the people providing details weren't working in my favor.
Okay, please. Can I make a motion that we postpone the
absolutely,
motion until further information?
Pardon?
So there's already a motion on the floor,
But
so
we could
can't
have a motion, we
make
could have a
another
motion to postpone decision to a specified date or indefinitely. I mean, that would be a potential. It's
We
essentially
have to
tabling
deal
the
with the
motion.
first motion first.
Well, this one would be tabling that motion. Correct? A
My
motion to
understanding.
table? Am I wrong on procedure?
Yeah.
Mr. Emmett?
Clarification.
Thank you, Reeve Lahid. As a motion is before this council, that motion needs to be dealt with to deal with a secondary motion. So it would have to be defeated or withdrawn.
Mr. Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve Lahid. Considering the uncertainty or the need for more information, clarification on this, I will withdraw that motion.
Okay. So then we would look for a motion for further information then, or additional information to come back. Councillor Graham?
Thank you, Reeve Lahid. I'm not gonna make the motion, but I just wanted to, I appreciate Councillor Swanson suggesting that. I think this is a great idea to have a Nordegg. I just need that to know a little bit more is why I'm being kind of difficult.
Okay, Councillor Swanson, please.
Okay, I'll make a motion to postpone the decision until we get clarification in regards to, which is the extra information in regards to the ownership and future liabilities, you would like that too? Future liability of the project, EV station.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the information on that. I think it's exciting that we can have that come before us. I think that brings us down to item 7, and that's more specifically item 7.1, which is Beaver Flat Road or Road Grading Tender Award. And I think I'd probably be going across the room to Mr. Hanson, please.
Yes, good morning again, Council Reeve. So this is our last major project for us to tender in 2022. This project we've been working on since basically budget deliberations. We had to basically start this project right from scratch. Landowner negotiations, utility coordination. That 8.5 kilometers, there's a lot of details to sort through. So we've gone through the tendering process, and as we've seen with a trend on the last couple capital projects, it is slightly over budget. So to get into the background, Clearwater County recently tendered the reconstruction of a portion of the Beaver Flat Road, Range Road 6-0, from Township Road 41-0 to Township Road 42-0, there again, 8.6 kilometers. Tender opening was held on July 28th, 2022. The county received 8 bids, with Howitt Construction Limited being the low valid bidder. The contractor supplied schedule includes commencing September 15th, 2022, with a completion date of October 15th, 2023. I will caveat that because the tender was opened in July 28th, we missed the earlier August meeting there, so that commencement date would likely be pushed back just through contract finalization, et cetera, tasks, eco plans, et cetera. The estimated cost of this project is now approximately $358,000 above the 2022 budgeted amount. Below that, you can see a list of the bidders. So it was a great turnout for bids, but you could see a drastic difference between our low valid bidder to the high bidder. You know, $6 million swing between low to high. But that's really indicative of the amount of work, the amount of the price increase that we've seen in the market. So we're very blessed to have 6 bidders, the 8 bidders that did show up and provide this competitive number. Unfortunately, it is, like I say, slightly above budget. So a little bit more background on the project. The 2022 budget for this project was an estimate that was created back in September last year, just prior to budget deliberations. As council's aware, materials, transportation costs, fuel, et cetera, have seen a sharp increase since then. So taking that into account, we really tried to reduce the risk to the contractor in the contract development, more than I say we ever have for a contract of this type. This includes a completion date of October 15th, 2023. So normally we would be tendering a project this year and have a completion of the end of this, to be completed this year. But in order to try to, there again, encourage competitive pricing, the completion date is fall of next year. A diesel fuel cost adjustment. So that comes right out of the Alberta Transportation Contract and Specifications, which we use for our contracts. So on major bid items, if the fuel goes up, you know, which we've seen a sharp increase, but now we've seen a decrease. So there would be a diesel fuel cost adjustment on that major bid item, so it would go up, or it can go down depending on the fluctuation of fuel. That's something that we don't typically use in our contracts, but they're again trying to reduce risk for the contractor, encourage competitive pricing. That's something we've done. And lastly, we put a 0 site occupancy charge for work completed in 2022. For councillors that are not aware, every day that a contractor is working on site, they're actually charged a rate per day to be on site. So what that does, it encourages a contractor to get in and complete a project in a timely manner. They also charge for each one of those days, anticipating that they're going to be charged. So it's, in the end, if it was anticipated that the project was going to take 30 days, we have a site occupancy of $900 a day. They would multiply 30 days times $900 a day. That would be in their bid. And if they did it in 30 days, it would be a wash. So we would either penalize them. Anything over those 30 days, they are penalized, and anything under the 30 days, they're actually given credit for. So it's incentivizing them to come in, complete a project within the days that they've determined. So they're not on a project for months and months and months or years, for example. So the benefit that we provided was any work that was done or completed in 2022, because we do have a very lengthy construction season left this year, right till middle of November, I'm hoping, praying. But there's still a considerable amount of work that could be completed this year, and they would get credit of that, and they wouldn't be penalized following into 2023. They're again reducing risk to the contractor, trying to encourage competitive pricing. So a little bit more on the history of the Beaver Flats Road. We've already actually constructed the first 4.6 kilometers back in 2019. Howard Construction was the successful contractor on that project. They did a great job for us. They're very able and committed to be completing the project, and they did a great job for us. So there again, the 2022 budget included $7.4 million for this project, and is funded through capital grant revenue. That discussion we had during budget, so for MSI was going to be used for this project. So if council wants to move forward with the project this year, finances assured me that there would be enough MSI there to cover off the additional funds needed for this project. And then the nice part is that we'd budgeted this entire amount in 2022, but because of the completion date, now it'll be over 2022 and 2023, so that'll decrease the burden, and we will be getting additional MSI funding as well. So with that, comes to our recommendation. There's two of. The council awards the Beaver Flat Road, Range Road 60, reconstruction grading project to Howard Construction Limited. The second recommendation would be that council approves the revised budget of $7,767,756 for the Beaver Flat Road reconstruction grading project, with the additional $358,000 to be funded through capital grant revenue, or also known as MSI funding. Happy to take any questions.
We'll go with Councillor Melhoff first.
Thank you, Reeve. So when we were learning all about roads during our orientation, it was my understanding that pavement was about $1 million a kilometer when you do pavement. This will be gravel still at just under $1 million a kilometer. Just curious why this particular chunk of road is that much more expensive than our normal.
So the idea with the reconstruction of this road, and it goes back two councils, was to actually have this road ready for a base pave standard, to be constructed to a base pave standard. The first 4.6 kilometers was the easy 4.6 kilometers. The next 8 kilometers is really attributed to the amount of fill that needs to be moved. It's a huge amount of quantity for a gravel road in order to meet our base pave standard. So in essence, it's just the amount of material that needs to be moved over that distance.
And I'll go to Councillor Swanson, and then if you have a supplementary after.
Sure. Yes, thanks for the history on this, and I know I've already had a few phone calls from industry, and they're excited about getting this done. They're the primary user for that north end of the area, and I'd almost say it's an artery for industry to go in and out of that. So because 90% of our taxes come from industry, tend to feel that this would be a good way to show that we are listening to them as well. We do have other roads and I've seen other roads in our county that are built to this standard but are never paved in the future too. So to me, this is proper road construction to get this ready. Whether we decide to pave that in the future is an anomaly. So, but at least that this is a good start for getting this done. So pleased to see what's happening there, and looking forward to other comments.
And I'll go back to Councillor Melhoff and then to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. That was actually going to be one of my questions, is what was the driving factor to do Beaver Flats? And so industry was one of those factors, because I was curious if we had like a metrics of when a road goes from being gravel to we're going to bring it to base pave, or we got a re-slope, or do we have like a scoring system for that?
Yes, we do. For us, most of those priorities are dealt with through our gravel road rehabilitation projects. So our foremans do evaluate all our roads every year. It was delayed just because of our resources were being focused on flood repairs most of the spring. But we still work throughout the year there on our gravel road rehabilitation priority setting as well as our road scoring. This road actually has a much longer history of a priority, like I say, going back 2 councils there as established, it was a council priority. And the reason why we split it in half is that because as the road construction, basically it was the mass haul diagram. So the first 4.5 kilometers basically constructed themselves. Everything at the north end was used to construct the south end, and then now this next 8.6 kilometers basically balances out. So that's why when we were first considering this project as one, it was 12 some odd kilometers. Knowing what we know now about pricing, we would have been probably much better off to do it 5 years ago, but that's not the environment we're in today. But that's why this 8 kilometers that's why it was split in half, and now this next 8 kilometers has come up in the queue. But it was really a council priority.
Thank you.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, and then I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you for that answer. I had a similar question as Councillor Melhoff. But my other question is, I noticed there's land acquisition listed in here, and I'm wondering why on an existing road that we have to acquire some land.
So that,
Is that a borrow pit?
are you serious?
You guys are fighting over it. Mr. Hanson, please.
So absolutely, it's really when you look at that much volume of material to move and the topography that we're experiencing up there, it's the footprint of the road gets much bigger. We typically acquire land on the fill slopes. We can normally facilitate a backsloping agreement on the cuts because those can be basically turned back into farmable land, provided that the landowner would let us, cut a farmable slope. But we always try to acquire land on the large fills because in a large fill, we have a culvert that we have to maintain. And when we retain ownership, that gives us the ability to maintain that culvert in the event of a failure. So that's why we have the land acquisition is such a big part of what we're doing here. Right. And we start with a 30-meter right of way, but I said for the size of some of those fills, it exceeds well beyond that.
Okay, thank you for that explanation.
Sure. And Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I would agree with Councillor Swanson. It would be nice to do something for industry when they pay for most of the things that are done in the county, lots of the things that are done. And that road is a nightmare in the winter to be on. But I also think, in my opinion, it's kind of a waste of money that's already been spent on it if we don't continue forward with it. So I will be supporting this.
And Deputy Reeve Northcott, please.
Thank you again, Reeve Lougheed. Just the quality of that road in the current state that it is right now, does it have problematic areas in springtime and stuff like that, or is it what level of quality is that road right now?
The quality of the sight lines is very poor because of the topography, very steep side slopes because it was constructed to a lower standard for the day, but there, as Councillor Swanson alluded to, it really is an artery for industry. And there's a lot of those sections actually should likely have guardrail up in sections, but then there's also a lot of blind hills, multiple approaches. So the quality of the sight lines are very poor. The road surface itself isn't bad, other than the fact that it requires continuous ongoing maintenance just due to the volume of traffic.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Swanson, please.
I'm prepared to make a motion. So that council awards the Beaver Flat Road reconstruction grading project to Howitt Construction Limited.
Okay, thank you for that. Further discussion on that motion? Again, further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. The second recommendation that's there, we need to revise the budget in order to accommodate that bid. Councillor Graham?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I'd like to make a motion that council approves the revised budget of $7,767,756 for the Beaver Flats Road reconstruction / grading project with the additional $358,756 to be funded through capital grant revenue.
Thank you for that. Further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Item 7.2. I think that probably will be a relatively short item, I hope, but Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. And thank you for council's indulgence in allowing me to add this agenda. In discussions with CAO Dean Kraus with the town of Rocky Mountain House, very considerate on the town's behalf. They said they would be willing to wait until the September 13th, but knowing timelines and getting projects lined up, I was hoping we could indulge and expedite their work programs. So on August 15th, the Town of Rocky Mountain House and Clearwater County Intercollaboration Committee, the ICC, met. And one of the discussions during that meeting was required ditching out at the Rocky Airport. This is truly a maintenance item. It's estimated at $30,000, and as we're partnered in that service, our half would be $15,000. So I wanted to bring that forward as a verbal report for this council's consideration to fund $15,000 to the town of Rocky Mountain House for the ditching project at the Rocky Airport from contingency.
Thank you. Questions relating to that recommendation? We're all on board of what's being asked to do there. It is, as Mr. Emmons said, I think it's entirely a maintenance type issue there that was brought before the ICC. I think we could be ready for a motion. Councillor Swanson.
Sure, I'll make the motion that council approves $15,000 from contingency for the airport ditching and for the funds to the town of Rocky.
Discussion around that motion. Again, discussion around that motion. Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. I think that takes us to an appropriate time for a recess. We'll take 15 minutes and be back here at 10:25. Welcome back, everyone, after our recess. That brings us down to item 8, which is reports, one of the exciting parts of the day. And we'll go to the CAO's report first, and Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Wahid. So the August 23rd CAO report for council. Number 1, the Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee Pin has been awarded to 2 members of our community for their commendable community stewardship and service. Congratulations to Councillor Jenny Melhath and past councillor, longtime resident Cami Laird. We're grateful for the contributions they bring into our communities. More information on the award presentation will be provided to council as it becomes available. So.
Thank you.
The second item for council, economic development update. Open farm days took place on August 13th and 14th. Clearwater County had 4 participants. Feedback from the participants was quite positive, with visitors ranging from 100 to over 250 at each farm. The county promoted the event in the Mountaineer and Western Star and on social media. The county also did brief videos for each participant and with the Rocky Mountain House Agricultural Society about the importance of agricultural education. Statistics Canada released some data about housing and incomes in July. The following is a summary of some of the trends in Clearwater County. The average household size, number of people living in a private resident dwelling, has seen a steady decrease. In 1996, Clearwater County was at 2.9 people per household, and in 2021, the average is 2.4 people per household. The number of households in the county with 1 person has grown from 615 in 1996 to 1,070 in 2021. Both of these trends can probably be attributed to the county's aging population and slightly attributable to younger people waiting longer to have children and fewer children today than a typical household in 1996. The graph is attached for council's review there. Median household incomes in Clearwater County decreased a bit in the last census period from 88,000 in 2016 to 83,000 in 2021. This is very close to the national median household income of 84,000. The drop can probably be explained by the decline in full-time work and overtime in the oil and gas sector from 2016 to 2021. And that graph is attached for council's review as well. If council had any questions?
Questions for the CAO? I see fingers hovering, but no fingers yet. Deputy Reeve Northcott, please.
Thank you very much. I'm just curious for the number of households. There's been, a gain from households for 615 people to 1,070. I'm just wondering what the total number of households is. What's the whole county grown by number of houses in total?
I would have to draw an assessment for that, Deputy Reeve Northcott, but I believe we are right around 3,900 to 4,000. But if you want an accurate, right down to the last house, I would have to pull assessment. But last I knew that we were hovering right in there.
Yeah, I was just curious, just for growth, I was just to see the number of, from 1996 till currently. Okay. Thanks.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I remember looking in the county highlights, could be 10 years ago, where the median income was something like 140,000. Which surprised me because I knew what my income was. This shows the challenges we face. And so obviously we need more young families. And so I wanted to ask Chief Emmons what he's personally doing to increase the number of children we have in the county.
So
Absolutely nothing.
from an
Wisdom of
economic
Job here.
from an economic development standpoint, we are actively working on the ag field, looking for different amenities and attractions. Council's discussing those. We are looking at additional services. We do have the broadband committee that's working on bringing in services that can keep and attract those young professionals. I would suggest that this council, working with administration, is truly looking at services that attract the younger generation. From what I've experienced, and I believe this echoes council's vision and opinions as well, that people moving to the area move for jobs and what opportunities their children have. So we are looking at all the things in regards to sustaining sustainable broadband down to activities for the children where once a family moves here, we keep them here because there's actually, it's an engaging community. Does that help address Councillor Ratcliffe? Or?
Thank you. I must apologize for being silly. And for the next time too. Thank you.
Any additional questions for the CAO? Deputy Reeve Northcott, please.
I'd like to congratulate Councillor Milhoff again, and maybe just a little bit of clarification, CEO Emmons. What exactly is the, just for all the viewers and everybody, what exactly is the Queen Elizabeth Platinum Jubilee pin?
I may not be the best one to answer. Actually, Councillor Milhoff would have more detail. My understanding is from that award and what I've read, it's consistent and long-term dedication to the community and supporting our area and its residents. So it's really about community stewardship. If I've misspoken, I would look to Councillor Milhoff to correct me, but that's what I've read into it.
No, you're absolutely right. That's exactly what it's for. It'll be awarded by MP Soroka. So we're looking for a location to do that. As myself and Cammie's community stewardship has been done in partnership with Clearwater County, it only made sense to have it presented at a function within Clearwater County. So I'm honored to, when he phoned me, I was very surprised, and I'm honored to be selected for such an honor. Thank you.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you. More seriously, going back to the economic development question, I don't recall who, but recently someone told me that the vacancy rate in downtown Calgary is around 30%. So I think there are a lot of country people living in the city who now realize they don't have to, that would like to have a great community to live in. Like this, we just need places for them to live.
And I guess I would make one comment too about statistics, and please correct me if my perception is wrong. Quite often the statistics we do are from information from maybe 2 or 3 years ago. And since we had, I think, an extreme event in the middle of that 2 or 3 years ago, sometimes those, I think you have to take a grain of salt with where those numbers were in comparison 2 or 3 years ago to where we are perhaps today. And I think even employment, we know that industry, we look at the budget surplus that the province is going to have now. They were anticipating a $18 billion deficit this year. I think first quarter we were up by about $4 billion and anticipating a very strong second quarter surplus as well. So we do know that our industry is resilient and responds when given a chance, and I think that's, sometimes I think statistics can also not capture those changes we have, or, so I think always try to take a trend, or take the overall, a year to year or time period is just a snapshot of that time period. And anyway, that's just my kind of cautionary thing. Additional comments, questions for the CAO? If not, I would look for a motion to accept the CAO's report for information. Councillor Melhoff, any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you very much. That's carried. Capital project status update. And again, I would go across the room to Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. So from Public Works Infrastructure, road rehabilitation, construction crews on James River have completed the repairs and re-gravelled the road as required. Crews have returned to the gravel road rehab programs as previously scheduled before the floods. Attached to the report is some pictures to give council an idea of some of the road work completed. So the road was replaced and riparian put in from class 3, 2, and 1 going up. So the crew has returned to work on Range Road 4-4, a 1,600 meter project south of Township Road 38-0. Crews have completed the 1,600 meters of road. Grade and top lift gravel has been now applied. Ditch cleanup and culvert placement remain to be completed yet. And those pictures are attached for council. Crews have started on Range Road 5-3, a 2,400 meter project from Township 37-2A to 37-4, with stripping and gravel salvage underway. Crews have also started on Range Road 5-1, which is a rebuild and realignment, a 400 meter project by stripping the road right of way to allow the rebuild and realignment to start. This project will tie in Range Road 5-1 extension, cost share project from 2021 that was built on center of the road allowance. Crews working on Range Road 6-3, south of Township Road 37-4, have completed the 1,600 meter road project, and those pictures are also attached for council. Construction crews have moved to Township Road 37-4, a 4,800 meter project from Range Road 6-3 to Highway 22. Construction crews has 2,800 meters of road roughed in with surface gravel road being applied. Construction crews have completed flood erosion repairs on Township Road 40-5 as well. Staff started spring road assessments and continue to assess roads as weather and workload permits. Staff estimates 98% of the roads have been assessed this spring. And under sections 1.2, road base pave, attached is that map showing the River Road for council's review, River Road project. This project includes reconstructing Range Road 7-4A from Highway 11 to 11A, approximately 4 kilometers. It also includes a 300 meter pedestrian trail connection from Highway 11A to the south entrance of the North Saskatchewan River Park. Paradox Access Solutions commenced clearing operations on August 10th with earthworks to follow. They are anticipated to be complete early October. The revised budget for the 2022 is now $1,933,400. Nordegg. These projects include Stewart Street Asphalt Overlay, Quarry Road Base Pave, Coal Miners Crescent Base Pave, Commercial Core Phase 1 paving, Nordegg Public Services Front Parking Lot pave, and Manufactured Home Base pave. The county has since awarded this project to TBL Construction. The contractor's projected start date is now the end of August. Nordegg Residential Phase 2. This development includes 28 residential lots and 4 commercial lots. This portion of the project includes site clearing, grading, curb, gutters, sidewalks, sanitary services, water services. Shallow utilities and landscaping will be completed in 2023 under a different contract. AIC construction has installed service mains on Millie Avenue at the end of the phase and has been capped off. Of course, this is still under Nordegg. AIC has completed 95% of rough grading on the lots. AIC will be completing services for lots 10 to 14 and 24 to 32. Manholes have started to be installed. Water lines will be extended west along Lily Ave to Cherie Ave. Lane 2 preparation will continue as weather permits. The budget in 2022 is $3,285,000. The Nordic Industrial Subdivision Phase 2, WSP Engineering has commenced the detailed design and stormwater management plan for the Nordic Industrial Subdivision Phase 2. The design and permitting applications will occur over the next few months. Detailed design is scheduled to be completed beginning of September. The budget in 2022 is approximately $75,000. And the Nordegg South access. The new access will provide a direct route from quarry traffic to Highway 11, reducing the amount of heavy truck traffic within the hamlet. This road will also provide a second access for the hamlet in general. Detailed design of the road and bridge is anticipated to be completed in 2022, with construction planned to commence in 2023. West Country Engineering is working on a detailed design. Staff anticipate having a draft for review at the beginning of September. The budget in 2022 is $155,000. Grading projects. The Beaver Flats Road, detailed design, land acquisition, utility coordination and permitting is now complete. The tender opening for this project was held on July 28th. The county received 8 bids, with Howitt Construction being the low valid bidder. The estimated cost of this project is approximately $358,756 above the 2022 budgeted amount. The contract award is subject to council's approval, which of course happened today. The budget for 2022 is $7,409,000. Township Road 41-0, access road cost share. Prentice Creek Construction has begun construction with approximately 250 meters of the 425 meter project roughed in at grade before the rain events happened in June and July. The contractor plans to recommence operations shortly as weather and ground conditions have improved. The budget in 2022 is $135,000. And under section 1.5 facilities, Lesaville Fire Training Area Phase 2 includes the construction of the concrete and gravel pads for fire training, water main with hydrants, concrete U-dike, and completion of the internal road. Urban Dirt Works commenced construction on August 9th and is anticipated to complete early September. The overall project cost estimate is $605,000. Rocky to Nordegg Trail. Multiple priorities have been established in 2022 for advancing the Rocky to Nordegg Trail. Currently, the trail is constructed from the Forestry Trunk Road to Saunders-Alexo. Construction priorities in 2022 include the installation of Shunda Access Road for trail tie-in from Shunda Viewpoint. The bridge has been redecked and awaiting permitting for installation. Construction staging area adjacent to Harlech Road. Construct new trail and bridge installation from Saunders just west of the Baker Road. Staff are currently securing bridges for this project. Benches and tables on the Tauntaun Bridge have now been completed. Construction schedule is dependent on Alberta Environment and Parks permitting and is scheduled to commence in the coming months. The budget in 2022 is $1.4 million and is reflected in the Agriculture and Community Services budget. The Nordegg Cemetery. Preliminary planning is underway for a new cemetery to service the Nordegg area. Planning includes potential site investigation and recommendations. Planning, permitting, and consultation is expected to be completed over the next 2 years, with construction tentatively scheduled for 2024. Test holes were dug July 21st, with Lees and Associates on site to collect data. The budget in 2022 is $60,000 and is reflected in the Ag and Community Services budget. Lesaville Recreation Area. Preliminary planning is underway for the 8-acre area directly south of the Lesaville Public Services Building Fire Training Area. Planning includes user group consultation, visioning, and development recommendations. These recommendations will be presented to council in the coming months. Staff recently received a draft concept plan and is circulating for comments. The budget in 2022 is $100,000 and is reflected in the Agriculture and Community Services budget. And in Public Works Operations, under Water and Sewer, we have the Condor sanitary lines, curb gutter, drainage improvements. The contract was awarded to Northside Construction Partnership. Mobilization is scheduled for August 10th. Work is to be completed by November 1st. The Regional Lesaville Wastewater Treatment System. Construction began the week of August 8th. In 2022, construction will entail the wetlands innovative treatment component and beginning of construction of the storage lagoon portion of the wastewater treatment facility. The wetlands innovative component is to be operational in the fall of 2022, and the storage lagoon is slated to be operational in 2023. Lesaville Sanitary, a tender was publicly posted to receive contract bidders, which closed August 9th. 3 bids were received. Bids are currently being reviewed. The Tamarack Trail Dry Hydrant. The design is currently underway. The tender is scheduled to be finalized and posted and receive bids in August of 2022. Bridge replacements. Bridge file 2394, which is located on the Raven River on Range Road 6-1. Construction began on July 4th and is scheduled to be completed by October 6th. Bridge file 7171, located over Blueberry Creek on Range Road 5-0. Had the tender close on April 21st. A total of 12 bids were received, with Chevalier Geocon being the low valid bidder. The project is scheduled to be completed by October 15th. Bridge file 7038, which is a tributary over the Red Deer River on Range Road 4-4. Had the tender close on May 26th. A total of 4 bids were received on that tender project, with inline contracting being the low valid bidder. The project is scheduled to be completed by October 15th. AEP Fish Passage Culvert Replacement. 3 culvert replacements for Fish Passage are being completed by AVED Energy Services. Construction began on August 3rd and is scheduled to be completed by September 15th. NSR will complete in 2023. Bridges General, a grant of $1.5 million was obtained from Alberta Environment and Parks for the replacement of Bridge File 78211, located over Logan Creek on Township Road 31-2. This structure was identified by AP as a barrier to fish passage. The replacement is to aid in fish passage adequacy at this crossing. Construction is scheduled for 2023. Solid Waste and Recycling Master Management Plan Study on June 16th, 2022, Tetra Tech, along with Clearwater County Administration, conducted a SWOT analysis of Clearwater County's solid waste and recycling services. Analysis is to be incorporated into the definitive version of the Solid Waste and Recycling Management Plan Study. Under Corporate Services, Broadband Innovative, an update will include ongoing work is scheduled to be published at the September 27th, 2022 regular council meeting. And that concludes the Public Works report.
Thank you for that. Obviously, a lot of things happening. Questions? I see Councillor Ratcliffe. I'll go to first.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I have a few questions through here, but I'd also like to say I like the reports we get from Public Works. They present the schedule, the costs, everything all in one compact package. You mentioned back in some of the road work that we were doing gravel recovery. I'm just wondering how we gravel recovery? Gravel salvage, I think it said. Just wondering how effective that is and how it's done.
It can be done, Councillor Ratcliffe, through a number of different processes. There's a local company, actually Total Recall. It's a large part of their business where they go down and actually bring the gravel back up. We can also do that with graders, small cats, trim cats. Over time, winter road maintenance, you always have a percentage of loss. It can't be helped. And sometimes when you have freezing rain, you have to overbear and you have planned loss just to make the roads safer. You have to bring that aggregate up through the frozen conditions. So we will send equipment down over the edge of the road and try and pull it back up and make it usable and reduce that loss.
And I expect that's significantly more efficient than just re-graveling?
Absolutely, Councillor Ratcliffe. Re-graveling typically averages about $20 a yard in place, whereas when you just have one or two pieces of equipment working the road, you can bring a road. Your average 7.3 meter top takes about 250 cubic yards per mile for an average road re-gravel, and you can bring this down by half easy.
Great.
And Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. You mentioned that phase 2 residential subdivision is well underway, which is fabulous to hear, in Nordegg. Can we pre-sell those lots to try to take advantage of the more prime market that is available?
Mr. Emmons.
Great question, Councillor Melhoff. No, given our process, we have to develop the lots to create an as-built, to get them rezoned, and finish the planning process, which creates the legal subdivision. To pre-sell them without the as-builts creates a lot of difficulty in the entire process. So.
Okay, I just didn't want to be behind the market.
Absolutely, no. It does create a lot of difficulty, even with developers. They want to know exactly what they're looking at and potentially purchasing. And given the topography out in Nordegg and the soil conditions, a lot of times we have to do the construction to ascertain. We of course do geotechnical, but the spacing in those holes, your bedrock can drastically change. So once we've gone through construction, we're much more confident of what's on the market and exactly what we're selling. And then we create the subdivision and legal title. So.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a follow-up about Nordegg, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Reeve. With regards to the south access road, have we given any more thought to going on the other side of the residential area, further to the south and hitting out onto the trunk as a more appropriate egress route rather than funneling everybody in the exact same direction? Have we given any more thought to that direction?
At this time, it's not in Council's Nordic development plan, but that thought hasn't been lost. And when we go through the Nordic review, that's the time we're hoping to get into better conversation with Council and see about splitting that traffic. I do believe the secondary access is going to make a big difference with the development of the first phase of mobile home parks and then what could potentially follow through. And even with the location of the Nordegg Public Services Building, to take a lot of that heavy truck traffic away. That's going to be a positive amenity, and even like I say, from the emergency services standpoint, to bring straight through up to Tamarack. But no, at this point, it hasn't been incorporated into the draft.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And a question from Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I noticed in the Nordegg Phase 2 that the shallow utilities are expected to be done next year. And I'm wondering if broadband infrastructure is being considered to go in at that same time?
Short answer, yes. Every phase on the south side, even prior to council adopting any type of a broadband strategy, all the phases were developed with empty conduit. Empty conduit's very, very cheap. Redigging up an established phase, curb, gutter, street, sidewalk, extremely expensive. So even prior to it, Councillor Ratcliffe, there were conduits placed in the ready.
Excellent, thank you. I have one last question. In the industrial subdivision of Nordegg, I was told that there's a water line that goes down to the town from there already. Is that correct?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
Okay.
There is a wastewater force main that goes from the town site through, which hooks into, of course, the new lagoon located off the trunk road. But unless something got installed in 2020, no.
Yeah. Okay. Is there a plan to connect that the industrial subdivision into that drain system?
There is not. That industrial subdivision was built on private services. I know water is a problem out there. Some of those lots really struggle obtaining water, but there is no plan to run water out there. That would be an extremely expensive project, given the bedrock and the topography out there.
Great, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Maybe a comment I would have, I guess, in my understanding, there is a dig once policy with some of our utility services. How far does that dig once policy, when we're doing deep servicing utilities, are we including for future considerations within that, or are we just basically the projects that we're already identifying as priorities within our planning?
Great question, Reeve Lahey, thank you. So all the lines being installed are based on the projected future growth of Nordegg on that population 2,500. So a lot of our force mains are actually 10s and 12 versus the 6 and 8s that could easily accommodate today. So no, that dig one policy definitely is alive and well. So everything's based on the larger vision, the future design.
And I would assume then that carries forward with our work in other deep service utilities as well, or is it not necessarily, like, because we have a number of projects that you've reported on here where we're at with that, and I was just kind of inquiring as to the planning around that part as well.
Absolutely. Administratively, we always look at past growth to ascertain future growth, and when we replace any type of services, we look at the life of that service and whether or not upscaling by 1 or 2, because quite frankly, the size of the pipe is relatively cheap comparatively. We do also weigh that with the engineering. You can actually oversize wastewater, for example, gets too large and you don't have the amount of effluents to carry the sludges into your wastewater treatment facility. So there is a balance there, Reeve Lahey, but we do go to the high side just to accommodate future growth so that we're not reinstalling a 5-year-old line, so to speak, when the longevity could be 50.
Thank you, I appreciate that, and of course, you've always known my soapbox area structure plans are so important when we look at the work we do to support our infrastructure within our community. So I think that's an important thing. Additional questions, Councillor Cermak.
On page 53, Lily Avenue, why have we chosen just these lots to be done? Because it's pretty erratic around this map. And it doesn't show 30, 31, or 32 lot numbers. I'm just wondering why when is the rest of it going to be completed?
Thank you, Councillor Cermak. So those are actually ease of construction, where the existing infrastructure, the deep services, tie-ins make sense. Past phases were developed and capped off for future phases. So it's actually just the natural progression of that infrastructure. And for the future development, council's philosophy has always been the development of Nordegg pays for the development of Nordegg. So it truly hinges on the demand. As council's well aware, we've sold out again in Nordegg, which is expedited the construction schedules. We have gone through years where market is not demanding, and we'll sit on some lots for a number of years before we actually even look at a next phase. So mitigating and controlling the risk of the investment out in Nordegg, council's always fallen on that philosophy of the development of Nordegg pays for future development of Nordegg. So it's truly demand driven. Administration council's never dated it for that reason, Councillor Cermak.
Okay. Yeah, no, I just noticed that 10, 11, and 12, and then you skip 16, 15, 9, 8, and you jump to 14, 13.
And
you
I
got to be digging right by them.
And I would put that to potentially dirt disturbance to accommodate future developments and phases, so that you didn't go backwards and rip up what you just laid down. I will tell you, Councillor Cermak, that's what makes sense to me from a construction point of view. I'm not intimate with this particular project, so I am speculating, but from my dirt work experience, that would be my answer.
Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Additional questions? If not, I would be looking for a motion to accept the capital project status update. Deputy Reeve Northcott, further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services Report. I know that one's been circulated. Are we content with asking questions or anything? If not, I would also look for a motion to accept that report for information. Councillor Swanson? Any further discussion, questions? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried again. Brings us down to Councillor Reports. And I'm going to really shake things up today and start all the way over in Division 7.
Okay. All right, it's been a while. For my report, I attended the MDP open houses and virtual meetings. Also attended which I'm very pleased with the turnout, very pleased with the comments. I'm pleased with the facilitators on the encouragement to get our public to fill out the survey. So hopefully we get some a great wraparound when we meet as a steering committee here in the future. Also attended the Caroline Pioneer Days. I enjoyed listening to the stories of the individual families that were honored. I thought that was just super fantastic, that the histories that were shared. Also went to 3 out of the 4 open farm days, which again, as reported, they had excellent attendance that day. It was a Saturday and whew, it was just a little warm, so glad for cold bottles of water at every stop, so that was great. The Rocky Seniors meeting was last week. A very short, on a shorter meeting because of the summer holidays. And we had a tour of the building, which was very good to see. So, and if any future councillor would like to, or any councillor would like to have a tour, just contact Vanessa and she'd be happy to give you a tour of the Westview Lodge. And also on the weekend, I did attend the Battle of the Rockies, but I will just say the economic activity within the region was spectacular. I was like the amount of RVs and that were pulled in there, the amount of horse trailers going up and down the highway. Glad to see town busy everywhere, and it was just an overall a good weekend. Showered in a couple of the evenings, which needed to happen, so to cool everybody off. But yeah, overall it was very, very well done. That's it.
Great. Questions for Councillor Swanson? Well, thank you very much. I shall go to, we'll go to Councillor Melhoff.
Oh, we really are shaking things up here. I circulated my report this morning. For whatever reason, my computer won't connect to my internet at home, so hopefully I'll be able to get that fixed up. But on July 27th, the 5 Mile Corner residents hosted another community meeting with regards to the Highway 11 twinning. They brought in an expropriation lawyer who did a presentation. I found it really interesting. I actually learned a lot. I have since done a bunch of my own research on expropriation because I didn't know a lot of things I learned there. So that was great. I'm hoping that we can get as much information as we can to help them going forward, as their land is already being not expropriated, already trying to be purchased. So I'm hoping that we will get an update on the Highway 11 twinning so that we can try to help them as much as we can. I also went to Antique Days. I have been every year for the last 15 years. It's always a treat. I very much missed it the last couple of years when they couldn't have it. It was great to take my family out, and let's face it, yeah, you go for the cinnamon buns too, right? Love the cinnamon buns. We had an ag board meeting as well, and we did a wonderful tour of the community where we got to check out the different weeds that are unfortunately in our community and that our ag department is dealing with. I think going forward, we're gonna have to start partnering with the GOA to come up with a plan on how our residents that live within that green zone are impacted by the weeds the GOA isn't able to control. Because they are impacted by the weeds spreading from the green zone into the non-deeded into their land and are then responsible for controlling those weeds. So I think we need to come up with a plan to advocate for them. On August 6th, there was a recreational stewardship fair in Nordegg prior to our MDP review, where Councillor Ratcliffe and I were able to go on a riparian tour with the cows and fish ladies. They got to talk to us about how the different drainage in the riparian areas are super critical to the water out there. I also attended as many of the MDP reviews as I could, and I always love hearing everybody's feedback, good, bad, indifferent. We need to hear it all. So I very much have enjoyed that. And we had a ICC meeting with the town. As you have heard, we were discussing the airport. So that's already been brought forward to you guys. And I also had a great time at the Battle of the Rockies. And I feel that we are very lucky to have an event like that stop in our area. Many drivers this year, which was great to see. So hopefully everybody else had also an equally wonderful summer.
Great, thank you. Questions for Councillor Melhoff? Well then, as following suit, I'm going to go to Councillor Cermak.
Okay.
Shaking things up, like I say.
You certainly are. That's good. Keeps us on our toes. I also attended Pioneer Days on August 13th out at the Caroline Museum. It was great to honor 7 families that has homesteaded in this area in 1919 to 23. We had to honor them all this year because COVID, we couldn't do it in the years that they would have been 100 years. It was great. Speeches were great by the councillors and our reeve. And Mr. Soroka
Gerald?
was great. And I attended a few of the MD meetings, but the one that I really enjoyed was going out to Nordegg. If anybody has toured around Nordegg, they need to, because I went down into Saunders just for a little bypass down there to see how that trail started. What a wonderful job the county has done on that trail. You can use a bike on it, you can use a horse on it, you can use a quad. Like, it is just a fantastic attraction to this county. And I think they need a real bouquet for doing that. And the other thing is, when are we gonna have our grand opening in the Tauntaun Bridge? We need to do that real soon. And I do want to say one shout out. I got one ratepayer give me a shout about the county going over and putting some dust control on the Burn Stick Lake Road on those two corners just after the pavement. Him and his family were so close to being in a head-on because of the dust. He couldn't thank me enough, and he said he wanted to pass it on to all the people in the county that has worked and has done that because of the pipeline and stuff and the extra traffic that's out there. And it was Don Alexander, and he said he really wanted to express his extreme thanks for it. And all the people out there are extremely happy to have that. So, good work, county. Thank you.
Questions for Councillor Cermak? I might just comment, thank you for that. I appreciate you saying about Nordegg. I've spent more time out in Nordegg in the last number of weeks than I have typically every year. So I am totally sold on what a gem that is as well. Yesterday I spent a lot of time on horseback, so I understand how we overlook our backyard so much, and I think we got to recognize and give ourselves a little pat on the back of the tremendous region we have out there, and what a resource it is. Additional questions for Councillor Cermak? Well, thank you. Oh, sorry.
About Nordegg is I worked out there at the Bighorn Dam when it was started in 67, 68. The advancement on that area has just been astronomical. And like you said, a gem in our county here. I don't think we really appreciate what our ancestors have done for this county. And that's why we like to really address them and show them at Caroline Museum how impressed we are with what they've done in the past years. I just can't say enough about good things about people doing this county for us.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Again, shaking things up, I go to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Wahid. I would concur with that, Councillor Cermak. We have a lot of wonderful people and historically a lot of wonderful people here as well. We're very fortunate. So I think everything that I have to say has been mentioned, so I'm just going to add, I guess, a couple things. The Leslieville Antique Days were wonderful. I'm a little biased as it's Division 2, but thank you to all the people who organized it and all the volunteers. It was really wonderful, and the train was a big hit with all the kiddos. I was very fortunate. My aunt was here from Boise, Idaho, so I got to bring her and her kids and her husband around there, so it was pretty cool to get to show off to them, and they thought it was wonderful. The MDP open houses, I was able to attend all of the meetings, which was great. I was also speaking, I've told some of the councillors this, but so that you all know, I was speaking with a resident a little bit ago, and the resident said they've seen it advertised in a ton of places and they've seen it everywhere, so that was nice to hear. The ag meeting, that was really good. As a past weed sprayer, I enjoy talking about weeds and seeing them die. And our regional vision session was really great. I think it's always great when our municipalities can get together, and I think that we all got along really well and all have a vision that we want to see moving forward, working together, which is awesome. That is all.
Great. Questions for Councillor Graham? Councillor Swanson.
Since both Councillor Milhoff and Councillor Graham sit on the Ag Service Board, is it possible to bring this conversation, because I've been asked again to bring this up, bring this forward, is some of our acreage owners would really like to have some chemical to help with that weed control issue. Is that something, I know it's, in some, it would be nice if our county could help fill that gap or do something on that. And whether as a contracted service or, you know, something like that, that would be great. To me, that's the only alternative we have is a contracted service. And I'm not sure if that's falls within our realm or, you know, with that, but I'm looking forward to your comments.
Mr. Emmons, perhaps?
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Swanson, yes. Historically, even farmers are usually quite concerned, and it's provincial and federal legislation that actually prohibits. We have a lot of really good, responsible acreage owners out there that want to control their weeds and are denied the ability to buy the product that actually is effective. They are forced to go to suppliers, Canadian Tire, Home Hardware, those places to get a lesser version that aren't near as effective because of their status, their land status, to be blunt, which is beyond municipal authority to address. They could get a hold of like an ACE contracting and get it in, but unfortunately now you're downloading a substantial cost. Whereas if they could just go in and buy a jug, and to be blunt, a jug of Roundup or Grazon isn't cheap anyway. It's fairly onerous controlling the weeds. So it is expensive for an acreage owner and hard to do. But that would be a provincial legislation that prohibits Clearwater County. As council's well aware, we do sell product to promote the accessibility for our landowners, but acreage owners are not permitted to buy.
And I'll go to Councillor Graham because it was her spotlight first. But,
Thank you, Reeve Lahid. We did actually discuss that in the van while we were doing our weed tour, so it's definitely the county is aware of it, they just can't do anything about it. They had some suggestions, but I'm not gonna say them on here.
and Councillor Melhoff, and then I'll come back to the Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. I agree, and it's a problem, because just like the provincial weeds coming into the people around there, could be the acreage weeds potentially coming into the ag land. And yeah, it's provincially legislated, so perhaps that's something that at the ag board level, we can work on a resolution to go to the ag board side of the province and see if there's something that they can do, or even as a distributor, if there's something that we can do to help with that. So that's something we can talk to Ag Services about, for sure.
And Deputy Reeve Northcott, please.
Thank you very much, Reeve. Just a little bit of clarity, I think, on for the ability to be able to purchase herbicides. Really, anybody can buy a herbicide if they go and get the proper training and stuff like that. They can acquire their industrial applicator's license through Olds College, and then they can really buy any herbicide that's applicable to that license. And there's quite a bit more to herbicide application too. You want to make sure that there's the proper rates and the proper amount of water and stuff like that applied per hectare. So there's a little bit of a mathematical calculations there to be done to get a proper suppression and control on the targeted vegetation.
Great. Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Graham? Then I believe I move to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Traditionally, August is the holiday month for council. But looking at all the events I went to, and I had to skip because of other commitments, a number of the ones that you've already mentioned. It's a very busy month. August 2nd, I went to the 5 Mile Corner Group meeting with some of the other councillors, including Councillor Melhoff. Also on August 6th, the Recreation Stewardship Fair at Nordegg was interesting. There was a good turnout there for that as well, I was surprised. I attended a number of the MDP consultation meetings. The consultant Liz, who stepped in at the last minute for that, was very professional, an impressive lady. August 12th, I attended a flying club meeting at the airport. August 14th, I attended a Nordic Community Association meeting. It was also a farewell to Nick Frank, who is taking a job in Saskatchewan, and to Ian Pops, who I really liked his comment. He said that after living the short time that he has there, he can't imagine life back in the city. So fortunately, he is relocating into Rocky and will still be part of our community. On August 18th, I attended the Black Mountain Bike Trails planning meeting. This was with the support of the province, but also with financial support from West Fraser. They've got an impressive plan going for bike trails on Black Mountain. There's a young group largely based out of the Frontier Lodge that is putting in all the work for this. So it's great to see the younger generation doing their share to build more on this gem that we have out there. I believe it's about 50 kilometers of bike trails they plan on building. And some are multi-purpose and some are bike only. Well, that's all I have.
Great. Questions for Councillor Ratcliffe? Seeing none, I'll move to Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Alrighty. Yeah, lots been covered already by the fellow councillors here. I did attend the Century Awards at Caroline at the Wheels of Time Museum. It's, yeah, there was, like Councillor Cermak said, there were 7 families there that did receive that, and it was really, just a really neat experience. Let's see here. I attended a 50-year wedding anniversary, which is quite an accomplishment in these days. So, and it was to a very recognized and respected name in the community. So it was John and Arlene Paradis. They celebrated 50 years. So that was a really good turnout. Lots of people attended. Some of the residents' comments at the MDP, the open houses and stuff like that. I know that sort of one comment that I did get from some of the residents at Nordegg, James River, there wasn't a MDP open house there, but there was an open house there for in regards to another topic. But I attended that with Councillor Cermak, and another common theme at Leslieville was, you know, some people say that they sometimes feel that they're not heard. So it seems to be a common theme among the county residents, but I think that'll be addressed. And the Tauntaun Bridge, I went out, I took a visit on that thing. I don't know if anybody else has had a chance to go and visit that thing, but it's a very nice feature to the county, and it's a great preservation of a piece of history for Clearwater County. So if anybody hasn't seen it yet, it's well worth going to see. And that's really that's my report.
Great. Questions for the Deputy Reeve? Well, thank you very much, and I guess that leads to me. Thank you very much. Council's been incredibly busy. I know it's an incredibly busy time, busy summer, and so many events. And one of the great perks of sitting in this chair that I do right now is being able to have my foot in the door to attend many of these events, and I certainly have enjoyed doing that over the last period of time here. So I won't go over what many of us have attended already, because I think we've been there, and I think it's been we have such a vibrant community, and it's nice to see it kind of coming back into the light after what we've been through over the last couple of years. I will give an update though on our District 2 meeting from the CRMA. That was a virtual directors meeting last week. Ultimately, I think we reported from all the municipalities. It was interesting to note that a number of them are looking for a new CAO. I think it seems to be one of those things that happens from time to time, but definitely the market must be must be there for CAOs at the moment, so want to keep ours happy. Also, I think Amber Link updated us with some of the happenings with the RMA as well. They're dealing with a 7.7% inflation rate right now, and then they're also tasked with finding a formula for the LGFF. And so we're trying to divide $340 million over 340 municipalities. So it's not a lot to go around, but for trying to find the proper way to split that rural and urban, and that's always going to be the challenge. I'm sure those urban advocates will be there to say why they need the larger share, and I hopefully our association can be a good advocate and a good part of the discussion when they're trying to find that formula that works for everybody. Number of those ICFs that we completed as an overall province, those, especially the ones that were arbitrated, are being opened up again. So that was something that she reported as well. Yeah, and of course, again, still dealing with some of that assessment review restarts there, so we know that'll be coming up. They're continuing on with the EOP education series, and I think there's one coming up in land use planning opportunities, so I don't know if anybody on this council, let's give just a little word to the wise there. That's, I always kind of talk about those things, and we're just coming off of an MDP review, some of the next steps. This might be a great education opportunity. Next meeting for the CRMA is going to be October 7th, I believe, in Starland County. And that is actually going to be at Rumsey, so that's going to give us a good view of the East Country there. So it's looking forward to that. And I think that's, I'll just leave my report at that. We've had quite a bit to absorb here. So any questions, Councillor Swanson?
In your conversation with, at the Central Region, we now know that the Alberta government has put out a website in regards to the Alberta Policing Association. What was the comments? Because I know through our discussions at our conventions, it was not favorably voted on to do an Alberta Policing Association. It was more to enforce the RCMP. So was there any discussion about last week?
I do recall, I think that impromptu stand of, people standing of where they did as that organization kind of gave a grassroots understanding of, the issue, I think, and a lot of people are, I think, supportive of the RCMP. I know there's some feeling there that maybe the province or the government of Alberta dropped the ball a little bit on presenting what that means and how it would, getting more information out to the public and to municipalities. In all fairness, I think those decisions start sometimes gathering support within our leadership, and so I think there are opportunities upcoming. I don't think there was anything, and maybe Mr. Emmons can, I'm looking through my notes of, and I just not seeing if any of the municipalities actually brought that forward as an item. I guess, yeah, for the district in October, one of the items was going to be dealing with the Alberta Provincial Police model or that. So that item will be coming forward at that district meeting in October. So as one of the, or potentially one of the topics of conversation, along with ATB Economic Update, Regional Land Use Plans, Rural Broadband, or the UBF, and I think something along rural municipalities and the uniqueness of rural municipalities as a topic as well. So there's a number of topics brought forward. I'm not sure whether they'll all be addressed at that, but I think those were potential topics at, usually we get one or two topics out of that potential of great things to talk about on a presenter basis. Any additional questions? If not, then I would be looking for a motion to accept Councillor Reports for information. Councillor Cermak, further discussion? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. How's our time doing here? Councillor Remuneration, those have been circulated. Any concerns, questions, comments? If not, I would be looking for a motion to accept Councillor Remuneration as circulated. Councillor Melhoff, please. And any further? In case, then I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Quite a number of pieces of correspondence. I don't know if anybody wants to go into any one of those pieces specifically, but certainly we could do that. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I just specifically to item 9.5 in regards to the Heritage River nomination update. That was a good letter to have come back to the county because we had done that in the past council to put that nomination forth. So it's nice to see the nomination accepted as the North Saskatchewan accepted as the nomination for a Canadian Heritage Minister. So we will be following along on that to see if it gets designated. I don't know in what time frame, but at some point. But yes, it was nice to get that update. So yeah, kudos to Mr. Scholey for following up and keeping us in the know. That's great. And
my timeline might be a bit fuzzy, but this council has had a presentation from him, I believe, somewhere in their term. So I think it's kind of a follow-up to what he's presented to us and presented to councils of the past as well. So. Additional questions regarding correspondence? Seeing none, I would look for a motion then to accept correspondence for information. Councillor Graham, further discussion. I did see a light come on briefly. I don't want to skip over, sorry, I just caught it out the side of my eye.
Sorry, I just was gonna ask that if we could have the broadband correspondence sent to the broadband committee for review rather than here for discussion. Is that something we need to motion, or can we just ask that they be sent there so we can review them and ask questions on them? Thank you.
Okay. So again, a motion on the floor to accept correspondence for information. And all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Brings us to item 10, which is notices of motion. I believe we may have some of those today. I'll start with alphabetical. So I'll go to Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Thank you very much, Reeve. I do have a notice of motion. I would like to make a motion to direct administration to write a letter to Alberta Transportation urgently requesting additional traffic safety measures. Examples may include, but not limited to, flashing lights on the stop sign, rumble strips, high collision intersection signage to be implemented and installed at the intersection of Highway 54 and Highway 22 east of Caroline. That's the motion that I would like to make. Just a little bit of background history on that intersection. I'm not sure on the years, but it seems like everywhere is from 3, 4, 5 years. There is a major accident at that intersection. There was just one previously there, I think a month and a half ago or so. And that intersection really needs to be addressed. So that's my motion.
So this would be a motion would be coming forward at a later date,
yes,
correct?
Notice of motion,
It's
yes.
just a notice of motion here that's kind of a, so will you be bringing the background information, or is this something you're wanting to task administration with? Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Eva. If I may respectfully suggest, thank you for the notice of motion. Deputy Reeve Northcott administration would be glad to research this out and bring it back with Deputy Reeve Northcott's proposed motion in a future agenda for council's consideration if it meets with support here today.
Thank you.
So I'm seeing nods around the table, so I believe there is support for that. Would anybody speak differently about that? not seeing that, so thank you for that. Any additional, I know, Neil, maybe I missed a question you had in the previous section. Would you still like to raise that question, or is there something else you would?
I would like to make a comment on the police report, yes.
Okay, yes.
Is this the time?
Well, let's go ahead and do that, because I think I did miss you out of the side of my eye, and I do apologize for that.
Okay, no, I just thought it would be the next item we'd get to. I just wanted to emphasize a comment made on the policing report, where they say it highlights the need for citizens to report all crime to the RCMP for accurate intelligence. The RCMP staffing and activities are driven by statistics. And I guess this comes from my Crime Watch hat, that having that information of people reporting incidents, crimes, suspicious activities to police is critically important to keep up the staffing levels and the activities in the area. And I just wanted to emphasize that.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Reeve.
And thank you for allowing me to allow you my oversight. Again, we're still on notices of motion. Were there any additional notices of motion?
Yes, I haven't.
Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. The motion I want to present is that council requests that administration arrange a community engagement meeting in Nordegg before our 2023 budget deliberations. The format of this meeting would allow local business or volunteer groups or individuals to present their development plans to council. It would also include pertinent presentations from Clearwater County about significant development programs with a Q&A. My background on this is that Nordegg is currently has the most development activity in the county. So along with the development that's being undertaken by the county, business and volunteer groups are also building the future of Nordegg. So there's a need for a common vision of this future. The intent is for a positive exchange of ideas, and the community could suggest a few topics for the county to expand on that we can make some presentations there. I know there's a general feeling of disconnect from the county among Nordegg residents, so hopefully this type of community engagement will grow a feeling and spirit of inclusivity. There's been a unanimous request for this type of engagement at community association meetings that I've attended. And I can provide this copy to you. Thank you.
And I guess I would like to understand if this is something you hope information to provide the background information then, or
Yes.
Okay.
And probably we need to have another Nordegg orientation. There was something scheduled that's been canceled, so it may be convenient to do this after.
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve. Wahid, there is a complete day set aside for council to orientate council and do a tour of Nordegg to bring council up to speed on the happenings and what's planned and projected. In that day of orientation, administration hopes that it will also assist council once the MDP review has been completed, once we get into the land use bylaws, because truly that's what's pertinent to Nordegg. The municipal development plan actually has very little effect on Nordegg, as the developer in Nordegg is Clearwater County. Whatever has been purchased in Nordegg has been created and subdivided by Clearwater County. So the MDP really isn't relevant out west, but the land use bylaws definitely are. So doing that tour, getting that orientation, bringing council out to have the conversations in Nordegg, administration thought it would be beneficial. So the one meeting was canceled to combine both the orientation with the tour. And that is being planned, I believe it's October 3rd, as my memory goes, for that tour to happen.
Great, thank you for that. And I would say that that's one of the great benefits of the Nordegg having a Nordegg development plan or an area structure plan, is that we have that good background information that we can base our decisions on and bring subsequent councils and councils up to date with the activities that are there, and hopefully be able to convey that message to the community as well, that there is a plan there and that it is accessible, and thank you. Additional questions? So do we have what we need for notices of motion? Any further notices of motion? All right, we don't have any. Mr. Emmons?
Sorry, Vahid. So Councillor Ratcliffe's notice of motion, does it come with support for administration to put resources to and explore the intent, or?
Looking to, I'm seeing some nods. I don't know if that's a consensus as of yet. We can put it to, I believe there's certainly merit on always keeping a pulse, or keeping a finger on the pulse of our community. I don't know if it's something we can duplicate on every community within our sphere of influence here. But I'm hearing from Councillor Ratcliffe that he feels there's a need within that community for that level of interaction. I just would entertain what the rest of council, and I'll start with Councillor Swanson.
As a new council, we have yet to go out as a council, so I anticipate that the Nordic tour with administration will help formulate us questions as well to bring back to you. So as far as going out and doing a formal community engagement with council and administration with the Nordic community, I'm not opposed to it, but I'm just opposed to I'm just more on the timing of it. So that's, I guess, where I'm at. Do we need to go before Christmas, or would it be better to go out in early January? Maybe, you know, I know weather prevailing, whatever, that's always an issue. So for me, and maybe through this council, is we do a community engagement with, you know, maybe that's something that's a new thing that we can take up, with meeting up with our those communities like Ellisville, Condor, Nordegg, whatever else at some point in time. I know we do it formally with the ICC, with both Rocky and Caroline right now at the moment, but I'm just looking at the calendar and I'm just like wondering, maybe we need to do our tour first and then come back. And so as much as I appreciate the notice of motion, I'm just thinking of the timing, so before budget. So I would be in favor of it, but in 2023.
Okay, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Eve. Since it's a notice of motion, we'll probably be discussing in more detail at the next council meeting. But I would definitely, based on the MDP review that we had out there, we spent a large portion of it with our consultant actually taking questions that had nothing to do with the MDP. So there's clearly a need, and for us to be available to bring staff along that can answer some of those questions and have us available to do that too. Again, we like you said, we can discuss scheduling when the notice of motion comes up at the next council meeting for us to actually vote on it. But I would definitely be in favor. Any community engagement, anything like that is always super important. It gives us the feedback we need to make decisions, and we're making a lot of decisions in Nordegg.
Additional comments? Councillor Cermak, please.
Maybe I'm out of line, I don't know. But Nordegg, I think, definitely needs a meeting. But I have heard the same thing at our two meetings that we've had down at James River. They figure that they're isolated from this council. And if you're gonna have one meeting, I'm thinking that we need to have another one down there too. And I think if they hear that we're gonna have one out at Nordegg, they're going to probably get a committee together and want a meeting down there too.
And I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I'm not against the idea, but I'll say Withrow too. They've reached out to me saying that they feel very isolated, ignored by the county. They don't feel like they matter to the county. So I think it's a county-wide, not just a, I don't know what we should do about it.
And I think I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe and then to Councillor Melhoff and then to Deputy Reeve.
Yes, I've seen in some of the correspondence the same thing from other areas down there, so it would appear that we've started something here. As far as Nordig goes, I think it's vital to do the tour and that orientation first. So wherever it can work in scheduling, I expect that one of the issues is going to be a south access road. And that was my reason for saying we do this before we start the budget. So that this could be included next year if it was felt that that was necessary by council. That's my comment, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Melhoff and then Deputy Reeve.
Sounds like in 2023, we may be doing the Clearwater County Council tour. So we may be making our rounds to all the different parts of our community. And I'm not against doing that, coffee with a councillor type thing where we are made available. I mean, I'd like to think that we're all very accessible and available, but there's nothing stopping us from being accessible in other ways and making the Clearwater County Council tour of our different communities.
And Deputy Reeve.
All right, well, my comment will be short, but I do support the principle of Councillor Ratcliffe's notice of motion, and I do believe that it would build unity amongst really between council administration and really all the residents of the county. So yeah, I would support the principle of that for sure.
Okay, so I guess one of the things to talk about is the timeline for this. I know Councillor Ratcliffe looked to have this meeting before the budget process. I imagine staff is hard at work already on the budget process, and we will be dealing with that shortly after we come back from our RMA. That's going to be keeping us busy until Christmas time, essentially. So it might be a tight timeline to be able to get a community feedback portion, but definitely I see a benefit of having council oriented and aware of how the plan is moving forward in Nordegg and being certainly aware of the facts. And I certainly never want to give the impression to the community that we're ignoring everybody equally. But I think it's important that we pay attention to all communities as well. I don't know if there's a mechanism to do that that's had a successful model in the past. We always want to be involved with constructive feedback. And sometimes, as council, we quite often, maybe it is as administration, we do hear those people that are concerned about some aspect of the service delivery that we do in Clearwater County. So we want to temper that there are a number of people that don't give that feedback and a number of people that do, and being able to represent all is always a challenge. So where are we at with this notice of motion? Quick finger, I guess you were Councillor Ratcliffe?
I just wanted to add a comment that if there is a way we can gauge attendance prior to scheduling these things, that if we load up the bus and send out half of the office to these meetings and only 3 or 4 people show up, it's not a good investment of our time, no matter what we're hearing from the community, that they want more engagement. So I think we need to ensure the value of our time for that somehow. That was all.
Well, I can certainly agree with getting value for our ratepayers. We always want to give value for the public purse, because it does take time, and time is money when we have people involved with preparing for these meetings, organizing these meetings, feedback after the meetings. It's no more than just that hour or so that we meet. It's the days of preparation after. It's the compiling of information and bringing things forward. So if there was a decision for council to make, that information is before council in an appropriate way for a decision as well. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I am very pro putting as much into a day as I can, and if we're already gonna be out there on October 3rd, I don't know if it's possible, but would we have the time to do in the evening? No. Makes for a long day, but we're already out there. No? Okay. Suggestion.
Mr. Emmons? And again, I think there is a lot that goes on to, and almost two different, one thing is understanding the issues, and the other one is having new things presented to you that you may or may not have heard before. So anyway, Mr. Emmons.
And of course, council direction stands firm. I mean, we'll do whatever council directs. I would worry about council surviving the day. It's a lot of information. I don't mean that negatively. It will be a long day of a lot of information going through everything that is Nordeg, right from the outline plan to what's being developed, why past things were developed, why things were done in a certain way, and what's going into the future, and then to augment the night with changing that and what potentially could be viewed different. It would be a very inundating day. I would worry about the ability to receive it all, would be my concern.
Thank you, and thank you for that. It's maybe just my age that quite often after I've been bombarded with a lot of information, I need a bit of time to absorb that and reconfirm that those things, if they've found a home somewhere in this cranium, that I actually remember it. And I would appreciate that can happen sometimes only with a little bit of time to digest. So are we at a spot then that you feel comfortable, Mr. Emmons, moving forward with that notice of motion? Great. Well, I think I had saw lunch arrive, so it'd be a perfect time for recess. So we shall recess now until our next, which is at 1, I believe. So. Well, welcome back, everyone, after our recess. Brings us down to item 4.1, which is a delegation from the Police Advisory Committee, Justice and Solicitor General presentation. I believe this is an electronic presentation, so we would need a motion to accept electronic attendance for this presentation. Councillor Swanson, I was looking at when the first hand went up. So all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. So I think we're joined today by Karen Popplestone. I hope I got that right. And she's a manager with Policing Oversight and Contract Policing, the Public Security Division of the Justice and Social Solicitor General. Sorry for that. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
My name is Daryl Lougheed, and I'm Reeve of Clearwater County. And I'll maybe have my council introduce themselves. I'll go to Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you for joining us today. Jenny Melhoff, Division 1.
Hello, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good afternoon, Jordan Northcutt, Division 4 Councillor.
Good afternoon, Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5 Councillor.
Good afternoon, Brian Cermak, Division 6.
Hi, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Nice to meet you all. Oh. Oh, I thought there was another individual. So is it just council, or do we have, is there anyone else present today?
Good afternoon, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Okay. Thank you.
And hi, Karen. It's Christine Higgert, Director of Emergency and Legislative Services. We've met a few times.
Nice to see you again. I was wondering about you. Nice to see you.
Yeah, you bet.
And again, Karen, welcome this afternoon to our council chambers. Even electronically, it's nice to have you here. If you would like to go ahead with your presentation, that would be terrific.
Okay, nice to be here. What I will say, I'm just going to let you know right off the top, as we're going through it, if there's any questions and you want to ask them right at the time, I'm happy to do that. And we might even just, shift things as we go, and it can be a little more fluid. There is a lot of content in the presentation. Sort of said I had an hour, and I wanted to sort of put some things in, and even if you can't get through it all, at least there's a bit of a reference, and we can come back to things if there's specific questions and so on later. So now I guess the trick here is just how do I get the presentation up and running? I have to share my screen, correct?
I believe that's how it's done. We do have a paper copy of your presentation as well.
Yeah, now I'm thinking I probably should have just had her do it, but I'm going to. Sorry. Share. Oh, does she disable participant sharing? You know what? We thought we had it sorted, but it's saying it's disabled on my end, so maybe I will have you share it in yours. Is that gonna work? Okay. Perfect. Okay. I just won't be able to click through, right? Do you want me to just say next? So obviously we've introduced ourselves. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. I know that there was some initial information that had been given to the lease committee that was in place previously. So there's that handout, et cetera, that we had started drafting. So I just wanted to focus today, not so much on how policing works in Alberta and the broad range of where we usually start presentations, but I think you're probably everyone's well aware of that. And I just really wanted to focus more on the roles and responsibilities, the benefit of the committee and setup. And I guess what I would ask right off the bat, if there is something that you feel that you're good on and that we've covered, and maybe we can move on to more content elsewhere, just let me know. I think if anyone just puts their hand up and interrupts, that would be great, because I don't want to just spend too much time with things that it might be redundant for you. We go next. Yeah, so I think we always start with explaining government of Alberta, of course, through Justice Solicitor General, administers the criminal justice system, and is responsible for the adequate and effective policing throughout Alberta and for delivery of that policing services. So they're the ultimate, buck stops here. And for all of the oversight that comes with that and the standards, etc. So of course, municipalities share that responsibility to provide adequate, effective policing, and depending on the nature of the municipality and what their agreement for policing, etc., is under, that varies. But municipalities, especially and PPSA, support the local policing needs and appropriate police oversight in their communities, and that will look different than a formal committee where they contract independently with the municipal. With the RCMP for municipal police service, and of course is very different than a commission. So what is adequate and effective? So it's not, it's not perfection, of course. And I think that a lot of synonyms can be used, but sufficient, necessary, things that are lawful, acceptable, competent. And it's effective, of course, if it produces or it's capable of producing the desired result or effect. So when policies, practices, and the people that we have in place for policing are accomplishing what they're required and intended to accomplish. So that, of course, does shift given circumstances and timing and so on. So we're going to go to the next slide. Sorry about that. Because it's a service that's sufficient to meet the desired public safety and security needs that are related to policing. And that's going to consider all of those circumstances and needs, which can change and vary from year to year, month to month. Certainly COVID and some of these other things have highlighted how quickly focus and things can shift that impact resources and how effective those things can be in dollars and budgets, etc. So, but it is service, adequate, effective, of course. It still has to be service that meets the requirements of what a minimum legislation, the regulations, standards, policies, procedures, practice, etc. And it's going to impact everything from time, funds, quality. So your number of resources, of how many dollars you have, what level of service you can provide or wish to provide. And that's going to be in the balance, of course, across the entire province. And PPS being the government that's making those decisions on budget rather than municipal councils. Not to say that you don't and can't get some input into that. And I think the Provincial Police Advisory Board that we've had in place now for a few years is a great example of that. It's been working really well in terms of trying to represent the voices of the PPSA communities, such as yours, in terms of setting provincial police priorities and figuring out and getting involvement in terms of the joint business planning that we do with the RCMP and at the federal level around any programs, initiatives, et cetera, that are coming out and trying to manage costs and initiatives and so on. So it really, though, it's about delivering service in an efficient manner so that there's as little time and resource waste as possible. And of course, it's very low. So it is a minimum standard again. So if ever possible, it's not that you can't do more and more can't be done than what's there. And enhanced policing was one of those things that would be an example of, there was a moratorium. I was away for a little bit. I understand though, and I can confirm that if need be, I believe the moratorium on enhanced policing may have been lifted. So that program was intended to enable provincial police service agreement municipalities that are policed under the province as the provider of that service, the ability to bring on an additional resource if they so choose and have the budget to do it over and above what that adequate effective level of policing was deemed to be and that was required. So if that's something that you can think about in terms of how you're looking at policing and your needs and discussions that are going to be going on, or what your committee, the kind of things you would want a committee to maybe look at. So when we get into talking about bylaws in terms of reference, there's things like peace officers and all of that. Is that just going to be a municipal discussion? How much and where do you want to shift and introduce into the world and the, I guess, authority of a committee that you would formalize? Next slide. So the overall framework, of course, maybe I should make sure things in there. I should qualify too, of course, we don't typically include bylaw, but that's where that peace officer piece comes in. So the overall framework that policing is delivered from in Alberta, and with a view to that adequate, effective policing, of course, is multifaceted and is governed largely by a number of pieces of legislation. So the Police Act and the Police Service Regulation, and then the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act, and other pieces of legislation such as, of course, Criminal Code, Charter of Rights and Freedoms, human rights, and all the privacy legislation that surrounds that, because everything is provided in that context. And I think policing is one of those areas that it's been always historically, the delivery of policing and community policing comes from that human rights perspective as well. So it's not just the immediate police service legislation that applies. Then we have policing standards and oversight standards that are set. Policing standards, of course, there's auditing that goes on. Oversight standards, we had started some auditing processes, but with the Police Act review in place, we've put that on hold because there was just too many bodies to get through in terms of an audit when we know that some of that and some of how that looks might change. So not to put that burden, but hopefully one day down the road soon, we will have that process come back into place as well to assist and make sure that committees are fulfilling the functions that they should be doing when they exist. Policies, procedures, plans, and practices, of course, is the other piece of a framework that's important because it includes all of those things that are codes of conduct, both for your oversight body and the police, the ethics, values, objectives, goals, those business plans that I was referring to that are the joint RCMP, Justice Solicitor General business plans, the contract management committee plans that that the province works with the federal government on, because those all set out things that are going to impact what must be delivered, what programs are delivered, to what degree and what quality and level at various points in time that impact budget and so on. And then, of course, those things will affect that adequate, effective level of policing. Key underlying principles of policing in Alberta are equitable policing, provincial leadership, and appropriate civilian oversight. Monitor right over here as well. Sorry. If we ever want, I should go back to the other side. When we talk about policies, procedures, plans, and practices, it can I should mention too, it's a lot, and sometimes that distinction about, well, what's what? Because policies, for example, those are things that committees would not have any input on and don't get involved in. Only commissions do that in Alberta, actually, because it's their own independent police service. RCMP policies are set at the federal level. And those are things like rules, guidelines, etc., that are around long-term goals. So the guiding principles, really, of things that should be considered around setting those standards of conduct and things. So when we're looking at anything that's being set locally, it has to always be consistent with the policies and those principles that are either Alberta or federal. And then procedures, of course, are the more specific methods, and that's where there can be some involvement with collaboration in terms of not setting internal procedures for the RCMP service in your local community through the committee and that collaboration, but it is about discussing what the procedures, what procedures are in place and what are they intended to do, and making sure there's an understanding of that, because it helps to explain and be able to communicate with your community how the policing works and so on, and what are reasonable expectations, what are not reasonable expectations in the delivery of policing in your community and so on, when you can understand the way in which they're working. So it's not an area that the committees would set or municipalities would set, but certainly open, as a topic of discussion. Plans, of course, are the ones that get now into the annual the performance plans with the detachment commander that specifically start to identify priorities, objectives, and goals for your specific local municipalities. And then practices, just getting even more specific to that. And then I guess we'll just jump forward again. Sorry about that. I'm looking at two screens, I apologize. Okay. So equitable policing, of course, all Albertans are entitled to high quality policing, and that means it's professional, ethical, respectful, adequate training and technology. At one point we used to say standard, there's a standardized policing, but of course, when it's equitable, it has to factor in all the different circumstances and that of various communities. So what makes sense in one community doesn't necessarily mean it's adequate, effective in another. So I'd rather focus on it being flexible, professional, ethical, that you have policing services that are there that meet the needs and can meet the needs of your community for the safety and security and the issues that are locally driven. And so again, the committee becomes important and municipal council in those discussions that can filter up the chain up towards K Division and the government and Justice Solicitor General when they're having the conversations that will then impact some of those things, or if you feel things aren't working at the local level, that can all be filtered up through, and a committee gives you that central place and voice and people who are dedicated to dealing with those issues in order to raise them to a higher level of attention and discussion if need be. And equitable policing, of course, is supported by community policing, which is communication, local governments, and participation of citizens in those decisions and setting of priorities and things. So policing is equitable, of course, based on protecting human rights. That's the diversity and the uniqueness of organizations. And we really focus on, it's a shift of, it used to always be force, but it's about a service provision and to be meeting those needs. So, but the primary concern, of course, human rights, proactive crime prevention, there's the, and of course, then enforcing the rules and the laws that are already there. Okay. Oh, so provincial leadership establishes standards for both police services and oversight bodies, and those were the standards I referred to before, and ensuring that those are met. So that was the auditing piece. And then we also, to ensure that there's a provision of systems, training, guidance, and support for both policing and oversight. And I think a lot of the focus gets put on policing, but in order to get the public trust and things going, oversight, I'm glad is becoming a bigger discussion because you need to have that opposite side of the coin and some attention paid to ensuring that a provision of that service can be also adequately provided and effective. And if you don't have the effective oversight, I think it goes in hand with if there's questions around is the policing also adequate and effective, and how do you ensure that is and communicate that it is. Okay, so civilian oversight is the next one. That's the other component of the principle, and of course, I think it's probably obvious to everybody at this point, it's a vital part of our democratic society and of the oversight system, the entire oversight system, because it manages that balance between operations and that independence of the law enforcement and the police service and the accountability that they have to the public and to the civilian authorities in place in a formal capacity, but also just to the citizens on the other. And so that's where that distinction between governance and operations really becomes key. And the nose is in, hands out. So there's discussion and stuff that is interest, and there might be topics, operations related that your committee and a municipality, but a committee, if you have them, can then get into more depth on to understand what's happening in the local communities and in terms of affecting the policing and so on, without getting into operations. And so it's just the lens, just need to always be very clear in terms of which that lens that you're looking through. And that it's about governance and ensuring, and not actually how it's implemented, just whether how it's implemented is effective. And so that's the value, again, of a committee, because they can have those in-depth discussions and build those relationships and knowledge to understand where those gray areas are and where it's too far and where it's not enough. If that's making sense. Oversight, and then we'll go to the next one. So oversight, of course, and governing bodies, it's more, and it encompasses, I just want to, I guess briefly, it's also known as civilian oversight, but oversight is much broader than just the commissions and committees, of course. And it includes the entire system related to police service, going right from the minister, director of law enforcement, professional standards bodies within the services, public complaint directors, Alberta Serious Incident Response Team, the Law Enforcement Review Board, courts, of course, the local oversight, as I said, and it can, in honesty, I mean, it can even really include the media when you think of it from a very broad perspective, because the way they report on and the interactions that are had and how things are communicated and then play out in the media also affects the public trust and then therefore the effectiveness of your police service. So again, your committee can become very valuable as a central point in developing those relationships, making sure it's shared appropriately and in an effective way between the community, municipality, and the police service. All municipalities really should have some form of oversight, and that's whether it's set out formally in the Police Act or not. The current Police Act is, the way it's worded, created a little bit of confusion, discrepancies, and I'm not positive at this point. I don't know what it's going to look like under the revisions with the Police Act review, but as you know, as that moves forward, I think there'll be things communicated and so on also. Next one. So oversight, of course, has two aspects. Am I on the right slide? Sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay. I should mention too, as part of oversight, there's at the provincial level, there's ongoing day-to-day work, of course, with other partners too, such as, Division, but the Provincial Police Advisory Board again, which has been a voice for your community such as yourself. And you can always be in touch with them if you're having struggles or issues or questions. That is another avenue for you that currently exists. And certainly your committee then would be able to filter through that as well and get information or share information up in that process. But it also is the Alberta Association of Police Governance, Rural Municipality Association. They're all bodies that can become advocates for you and information, sources of getting information up and through the system and bringing it to the attention of other parties, and specifically K-Division and Justice, and that when we're thinking about business plans and so on. And so again, committees, very coordinated voice, because if they have that information and they know what's been discussed, so it's not a right hand, left hand, and not a million different discussions, but it's coming to a centralized voice to represent the community. And then they've got these various avenues that they can share those concerns. Is there a question?
Not seeing one at the moment.
Sorry, it was a turn. Okay, so oversight has two aspects, and I'm flagging this because very often when the word oversight is used in conferences, discussions, it just pops up in the day-to-day work, people think oversight complaints. But oversight has two aspects. It has governance and complaints. And so for PPSA communities, the focus is really on governance because the complaint piece, if it's misconduct complaints, that's handled through the federal RCMP processes, the Civilian Review Complaints Commission. So there's no role in terms of investigating and handling complaints, et cetera, for a committee from that perspective. What a committee can do though is because the RCMP Act only deals with misconduct complaints, but if there's a service complaint, so now again, we're talking about the effectiveness of the service or if there's issues in the delivery of that service, that is something that if people have a committee, they know that this is the place I can go to raise my concern. It doesn't get dragged through this other complaint process and sometimes lost and misconstrued as a conduct issue. And there's a place for people to go to have those conversations with the committee to actually talk about it as a service issue locally. And like I said, then that's the kind of piece that can be discussed with the detached matter between the committee, resolutions, speak to council about and so on, and have that collaboration to figure out what's our way forward, and then bringing in some of those other bodies if you need to, such as the Police Advisory Board and the Provincial Police Advisory Board, or K-Division and APG and some of those other bodies and ourselves when things can't be resolved. But so it's not to say that there's no complaint issue, because the service piece is something that municipalities should be having those discussions on. Misconduct complaints though go up. And so where the committee would help there is if there was a public complaint director function on a committee, they can help to facilitate what that complaint process looks like. It still gives an additional door, an entryway for people if they don't want to or understand or know to go to the RCMP directly. They can contact a committee as well, and that person would facilitate where that complaint would go in the process, and to assist in getting them started and through that process with the RCMP. It is a bit of a more complex situation too. So if you're setting up a committee and then you want to have a public complaint director function on it, and we can have a little bit more detailed training, because the RCMP Act, it does actually enable things like if someone has a complaint, they can actually have another person represent them on their behalf that's not a lawyer. We don't want to encourage people to just do that. It's sort of for those cases that are more difficult, somebody's really struggling with the system or understanding, or there's communication difficulties and so on. It is possible if somebody asks to have somebody represent them that they can, and sometimes that's where that PCD role can help. But if that's, if when you set up the committee and then the PCD, that's something we could come back to and talk about in detail and sort of get some training done specifically for a PCD, the public complaint director function. So what the governance piece does, of course, is give you an element of authority over police in terms of performance of the service. It gives you the ability to collaborate to set those priority goals and objectives that we were talking about. And the committee is that liaison to all the different parties. In a couple of slides, you'll see that I'm mentioning on the composition of a committee, you should have a council member. And that council member preferably is the person who's liaising back, because they're representing the voice of council to the committee so that that's heard and back. But there's nothing to say that you might not have the chair and the council member be that liaison and have, joint meetings together, so that it's just always about that collaboration. Because I do suggest too that you wouldn't have a council member sitting as the chair of the committee, because part of the whole goal, and I think it's on the next slide probably coming up, is the benefit of the committee is, of course, to help to remove any perceptions of political interference and those kinds of things, and separation of politics and police. So we'll go to the next slide. I guess the next one. Okay. So as I mentioned before, it takes various forms depending, so we've kind of covered that. And municipalities, police, what your option is to have something that is currently called a policing advisory committee. And that's not to say that other communities, that's a consistent name by any stretch. The majority would have been called police advisory committees, but some communities have them. They call them community safety committees. They've called them, oh my gosh, I don't even know. There's been public safety committee. There's all kinds, but effectively they're an advisory body that's functioning much like a formal policing committee would. And if you establish it by bylaw, it really is. There's just the biggest differences are that you don't have a budget, that the committee is not dealing with a budget, because that's the provincial government that's dealing with that budget. You're not dealing with policies, because that's RCMP. Those are kind of those two major differences. And then there's some other minor ones. But again, we could get into that a bit more as we move forward and provide assistance, and actually as you're setting up and going forward. But the biggest thing is it's about providing input and advice in setting those priorities, goals, objectives, and ensuring and asking questions and having conversations just on an ongoing basis around how and through those established consistent relationships. Even right down to here's how many complaints have come in, what's the trends and the nature and the statistics and so on the complaints and concerns that are happening in the community, because that gives you insight into how your police, how effective they're being, where the public trust issues might be, and whether there needs to be discussion on improved training in certain areas. And then the RCMP would decide how to do that, and then you'd have more conversations about did that work, did it not work, have we seen a difference, an improvement? If not, let's get back to the drawing board, how can we make that work better in our community? So there's that ability then to have all of those conversations on an ongoing basis. So we'll go to the next slide. So now that's the more specific, and I've probably covered some of these already. So basically, it's a civilian body to act on behalf of the municipality, municipal council and its citizens. They can then be more focused because councils have how many other things on their plate. And it does take time and effort to be able to engage citizens and have all those conversations in a more detailed way, or conduct surveys and you know, whether it's meetings or, you know, there's different forms that you can be engaging the community, but they really should be statistically valid so that it's not just sort of one group that's very loud in a coffee shop and they're sort of saying what all our issues are, but that there's a dedicated body that takes on some of that work to make sure that all of the community's concerns are being fairly reflected and accurately reflected in the discussions for policing for your communities. So it does, sorry? Oh, I thought I heard something. So it does enhance independence of oversight, of course, and that's that piece about removing potential for perceived bias and political interference, supporting that community policing because it gives a municipal voice and direct participation of citizens into the delivery of policing in their communities. And by doing that, of course, it supports accountability and transparency and public trust because you have the ability to ask and have discussions about what is happening day to day, what kind of trends and stats and numbers, and that relationship is an ongoing. And so it's easier to get that information. You build the knowledge through a committee too, where the terms people are sitting on for 2 or 3 years at a time. So they're able to develop better understanding and knowledge of how the systems work, what you can and can't expect, and in what framework these things are being delivered and decisions being made. So I think there's great opportunity for that knowledge to build and then be shared with the community that can impact Community Crime Watch and how they function. It can just impact even the nature of complaints that come in because sometimes people don't have a complaint if they actually understand what's possible and how things work and it just builds the general relationships between the citizens when everything's done in a collaborative fashion and with that better understanding. So it's really a body to act as a bridge between communities and the police service. And then of course the police service and municipal council so that there's less time and pressure put on yourselves. So you identify and communicate the community and council concerns to the police and then vice versa, share policing knowledge and understanding, and reporting on the police performance and effectiveness to both council and to the community. And bringing that back. So let's go to the next one. So more specifically, the committee would work with the detachment to ensure that policing is provided consistent with the standards, consistent with legislation, and so on. They would identify and set the local policing priorities and strategies and ongoing, but also very specifically work and collaborate with the RCMP detachment commander in developing the RCMP annual performance plans that are done for the PPSA communities in that detachment area annually. And those plans filter up into K-Division plans, which filter up into the government Solicitor General RCMP business plans and 5-year plans and multi-year planning, etc. So it's really important processes to be involved in and to have ongoing relationships in and some focused attention which a committee can provide to some of those subjects in terms of making your voice heard and being able to ask questions and clarify things or raise things that might be unique to your community and not somebody else in your area, but could be in another part of the province or has been overlooked or that you believe has been overlooked and so on. So then the committee also, of course, liaises and talk about with council to support effective planning etc., but also in terms of the integration of all the municipal enforcement and wraparound services. So again, you've got your bylaw, peace officers, and those pieces, and how everything can work together. And the wraparound being other services in the community that are addressing health and social service type issues. And so being able to coordinate to more effectively use your police resources and your other resources on the different issues that your communities are facing that need to be addressed, everything from housing and mental health, right? So it's an opportunity then to have and also work with some of these other groups through subcommittees and so on to address some of those other local needs that are broader than just strictly policing and make sure that you're getting the best service you can for the dollars, etc. Collaborating with detachment commander on wraparound projects is a community benefit also means it can be about providing additional support in areas that otherwise just wouldn't be taken on because of resource shortfalls, because committee members can help to run those programs, et cetera, or get them set up and in place. So things like school programs, community watch, social youth development initiatives and stuff that have to do with community safety. I mean, there's a whole range of programs that can happen in community safety, and that just, it gives you a little bit more manpower where everybody's working together to get some of those proactive type policing pieces in place. Next slide. So there's a few other sort of, these are really very specific things, but of course, a committee, you'd want to, and this will be set up through your terms of reference and those things, but of course you'd want them to probably be reviewing, producing. It's a working committee, I guess essentially, because they want to be reviewing, producing, distributing reports, surveys for engagement, different things like that. And in terms of requests for information to fulfill its obligations, either to council or the service and so on, in terms of that bridging role that they play. Assisting and selecting detached family, there are rules for committees in that level as well. And it's actively, and it is encouraged, and there should be a role by the municipality in the selection of your detachment commander. And again, it's just a function that can be delegated to a committee so that it's the same people who are familiar with what the needs are and things at the time, and informed around policing and what that looks like and who the best fit might be. And it absolutely at minimum would take the form of being involved in setting sort of what competencies you're looking for, what kind of skills and traits you want your detachment commander, right up to interviewing. Often interviewing though for the RCMP happens out east. There's not always even multiple candidates if you're looking for detachment commander. So of course, being a PPSA community, we wouldn't be paying to have members of your committee go out to fly anybody out for interviews, but you know, if it was local or if possible, or you know, it was something I guess that the local council decided they wanted to do out of their own budget, and that was all workable with the detachment commander. You know, as much involvement as you can and are able and want to have in the detachment commander, and you can make work in selecting a new detachment commander, is absolutely encouraged. So, you know, I think sometimes people shy away from some of that, thinking it's not about authority, it's just about being involved in a process to make sure you get a good fit and what's going to feel like it's going to work for your community the best. Appointing a public complaint director. For a formal policing committee under the Police Act, it's not, it says it's required, but it's not something we've enforced in the last number of years. For an advisory committee, same thing, you don't have to have one. It goes hand in hand with whether, you know, you have a chair or vice chair, you're just putting roles in your committee. And a public complaint director position is one of those that you could put in place. Because again, within even having a single point via committee to deal with policing issues, you can have that additional point within the committee to facilitate a connection point, a specific connection point with the detachment of complaint matters, with the public on complaint matters, and on service concerns that they then would bring forward to the committee as a whole. If something needed to be depersonalized as a service issue or was more sensitive, you have somebody who's able to do that before it comes to the whole committee, and so on. And then of course they can also have that role potentially about assisting public complaints to facilitate support processes and or help someone carry something forward if they need to. It gives another avenue for people to feel like they have a place to go if they have a concern, if they're not comfortable going directly to the police or otherwise. Next slide. How am I doing for time here? Okay. What the other benefits of a committee, of course, it creates more focused and meaningful participation of voice children. We've been sort of speaking to that as we go, single point and so on. It enhances the role of accountability because you have that increased transparency and public trust perceptions, more proactive discussions on effectiveness, etc. And it's a collaborative approach to public safety, not just policing, but because they can, more people and are able to work together, collaboratively with other groups, you can start to look at broader public safety issues more easily. And it improves representation of your local community demographics, diversity, and needs because of how you might constitute your committee, ensuring that diversity and things are all represented. Next slide. So how do you set one up? As council establishes that, and you can establish it through municipal resolution or bylaw. We actually are doing some work right now with the Alberta Association of Police Governance. We had been doing some work with them to try to build a database of documents that would be readily available and easy to access for committees who are their members, as just part of ongoing education and some, I guess, best practices and some templates type of things that can be used. We have one, but we've been working together with them to update it. And I think you've seen Red Deer, you've seen Red Deer County, Black Falls bylaw, I believe. Is that correct? Or just their terms of reference? Does
Yes.
anyone recall?
Yeah, you bet. They have that attached within their council package as well.
Yeah, so I think that there's some things that we're going to update even in the one that Red Deer uses, but we're kind of just in the process of that. But those are amendments can be made down the road, but it's nice that you have that one because it's a really good start. They're a really well-functioning example of a police advisory committee and have done some excellent work. So it's a good place to start and look. And of course, they got that template originated with the government. There are some things in there, though, that do not show up. I don't believe. I think they took it out of their bylaw, unless it showed up in their terms of reference. I have to go back and look at Red Deer's to see as we're doing the work. But our templates that we have provided to communities that they have then used and Red Deer's adopted and modified over the years, and I think it's really important, an item to include in your bylaws or terms of reference somewhere, probably more likely terms of reference, are terms that address expectations, appointment terms, the resignation or removal of people from committees, because a lot of committees and advisory committees have taken those pieces out, and then when they don't have people who are functioning effectively, they're not sure what to do to replace them and have other people. So within those documents, it's important that they're really all encompassing and that and that they do describe all of those pieces, from clarifying roles and responsibilities, outlining numbers of members and competencies and expectations, all the rules are going to operate and so on. But also those resignation functions and things like that. So, and we have sample codes of conduct and things available as well, if I didn't already provide those last year to the Clearwater group, and you don't have those, but happy to get you samples for those as well, where you probably have, they're fairly common in terms of basic necessities in there, but it's important to have the committee members, sign conflicts of interest and to put into your terms of reference and bylaws expectations around conflicts of interest and code of conduct, and then in your terms of reference, and or if you decide to go further and break it out into like a procedure type of manual in addition to a terms of reference, different municipalities and organizations have preferences of where they like to put the very specific information and how to break that down. But having things that specific that are much more specific in terms of expectations, amount of work, and the roles, that they're not so general that it feels lost, and it sets out sort of communication pathways between council and the service and the committee or any other bodies, and who is going to be that liaison to which person and so on, or who can't sit in a specific role. So for example, if you don't want the council member to be a chair in order to keep some of that, but all of that stuff is specifically stated in those documents, in the various documents that you have in place to set it up. I'm looking to see too, appointment terms and things like that. Of course, we usually recommend about 2 to 3 years because it gives you some consistency and enables enough knowledge to sort of get developed, and staggering also then helps to keep it so that it carries forward. So it's not always sort of restarting or retraining, and you can actually focus on moving into the more detailed knowledge that helps it become much more effective and efficient over time. Like I said, you could write a separate policy procedure manual as well to include things like your code of conduct, code of conflict of interest, protocols, administrative procedures, stuff. They don't have to be in a term of reference. It's really a preference, but it's just that having those main documents to be sure that everything is outlined as clearly as possible is really what we're looking for and encouraging. So we can go to the next slide. The committee, of course, making sure that it's comprised of diverse community members and some council representation. So a formal policing committee, it's under the Police Act, it says how many council members you can have to how many civilian members. You could use that as a guide, because in my opinion, I really have never taken the position and have said to people over the last number of years, really no reason why a policing advisory committee can't be functioning in the same capacity, just like a policing committee does. So if you want to use that, the way that they set themselves up as a guide in terms of that balance of council, and it's a good place to start. I would ensure that there wasn't an over-representation of council, because again, it's those perceptions of bias, and the whole point of the committee is to try to remove that perception of politics and police and so on. So in selecting your members, really important to spend some time developing a competency matrix. What skills you're looking for, what balance of skills you want. Do you want somebody that has specifically finance knowledge or human resource knowledge or labor relation issues, labor relation background, sort of, you know, and as you go forward, you might find that in your community, there's certain issues that come up all the time that when you want to tweak that later to make sure that you have the right balance. And so that's that skill set. But then of course you want to also make sure that your competencies are addressing things that might be people who have knowledge of people with developmental disabilities or mental health issues or indigenous issues and so on, so that you can get a broad look at how policing that integrates in your entire community and that you're reflecting all of those perspectives. And I specifically flagged right now to people with developmental disabilities, because I think often when we look at diversity, we put people with disability stuff that are still but of physical disabilities or of mental health issues and so on. And there's a group of our society that we don't often remember, and they don't get reflected in that diversity group, but are really important because there's a significant impact in terms of policing issues and where they're left in the justice system and how that plays into issues that you may or may not be having within your community. So I always just flag it as be sure to be as broad in that view of diversity and representation as you can, and that it's not just a cultural thing, it's not just, you know,
Karen?
whatever. Yes.
We do have a question from Councillor Swanson. She's got her hand up for a second or two here.
Sorry, that's fine, Karen, that's fine. So I have a question for you in regards to this competency matrix. I'm seeing this come out from the GOA now for the last 3-4 months on different kinds of other boards as well. They're giving, for example, I sit on the Rocky Housing Board, and they're also preaching the fact that we should have this competency matrix and, you know, diversity, etc. But I do believe too, you bring up a good point that we should be including these other members of our local residents, but at the same time, we have to look at our volunteer base at the same time. And not everybody with those competencies feel that they can donate their time to these particular committees and these boards. So I feel we need to be open to those that are willing to do it in the first place. And then that would be the second off. Because if we're gonna make these competencies first and foremost, we're never gonna get those seats filled on the committee the way the government is proposing.
No, it's a really good point. I absolutely agree. And I'm not saying it's competency matrix. I know what you're getting at. I think with the formal, and some of the work that's been happening in terms of actual government boards and things, that's probably where that language is coming from. What we realize in all the discussions around oversight is people say, well, who do we put on there? Because lots of times you're getting volunteers, people who really, it's not effective because they don't have the skills to do that. So, you know, I think you have to balance between, this is what you think you need. And even with broader, I mean, that's where I had previously talked about it could be a regional, you could have a regional committee, right? But even if it's local, sometimes we're going to come to later, or it's right here actually, about providing funding. I think it's a combination of everything in terms of, yes, purely volunteer, but you might need to look at some kind of even honorarium or something to get the people you want on there. But the flip side of that too, and you often do end up drawing on the same people in solid communities all the time, and there's, you know, over volunteerism that drains. So I appreciate that. So I don't think, I'm not saying that this is like, oh, put your competency matrix and you absolutely have to meet it. Like maybe that's then, you know, the way that you draft it, it doesn't have to, it must have, but maybe that's what you aim for. But I think it's just something to help so that you know what you're looking for when you're recruiting and that you can gear your recruitment to those, to trying to get those people or where you're looking, how far you're reaching and so on, just so that there's an obligation, I think some obligation to at least attempt to, I mean, you don't have to, it's just that if you end up with people without a certain balance of skills, sometimes it's gonna make it harder for you to achieve some of the things that you want the committee to achieve. The other piece, when I throw up that about representing diversity, that also, yes, does mean that some of those people might not have those skills either, but you're bringing them in because you want to know what their voice is. And you know, maybe if it's not even that they sit on the committee, or how, I think it's worth thinking about how can you have them even as a, you know, they don't all have to be maybe voting members committee, but can you have membership at large? You know, where they can be doing some subcommittee, where, you know, especially when you talk about people with disabilities and some of those things, right? Or mental health issues. I think what I'm trying to encourage is to think in a creative way of how you can reflect those diverse groups in your committee, not just the engagement. You know, you can engage and go out and get it, and that's probably one of the best ways to bring that feedback in. But if there are ways that you can actually get people from those communities more actively involved in it, and I don't mean in the context of what was happening with the group you've had previously, that was too broad, because you're not looking for membership where one of your members is an entire association representing people, right? Because that's too broad. But just when you're looking at what activities and things you're getting involved in, that you have people who have knowledge of mental health issues so that when you're engaging, they're remembering to go out and seek those views and have a better understanding of what might be coming in terms of the feedback and so on. So it's just, I know, I don't know what the perfect answer is. I know it's hard for small communities to always get those people. And I think that's where just that balance of the best that you can do, but have an idea of where you want to be and how close you can get to that. And if there's something you can do even in terms of honorariums or funding or things creatively to encourage people to do that volunteering. I don't know, I know that doesn't totally answer your question and tell you exactly how, but I don't think there's a magic answer to it. Does that help at all?
Seeing nods there, Karen, thank you.
Okay, sorry. So that kind of brings us sort of that funding piece, and oversight is historically underfunded. Even in the communities that receive grants because they provide the policing themselves, grant dollars are intended to be for both policing and oversight, and it typically gets funneled right to policing, and the oversight is kind of that afterthought. And recently, of course, it's getting so much attention because you have to have that oversight to deal with some of the issues that are coming up in policing and current trends and thinking on it. So some of the things that are important to provide for the committee are, of course, work and meeting, secure storage space, their own sort of meeting space, workspace, and they may have notes and things from complaints or citizens or discussions, but they want to be able to store those in a secure place. And it shouldn't be at the RCMP offices because then that is not separate from policing, right? Its oversight should be, they should have a space somewhere not police detachment related. So preferably more in the, you know, your government buildings and still somewhere where it's not, you know, you can still reduce perceptions of bias or anything. But it's created by the council, so that would be the more appropriate place. If there's any kind of admin support that can be provided at all to the committee from council, that's important. When there's questions that come up around some of the different various issues, there may be at times where they want to get a legal opinion of how does this work? How does that work? And to be able to access municipal council's legal counsel to get some of that advice in consultation with the council itself. Equipment technology, of course, is the obvious ones around internet, secure computers, and that for them to be able to work on if they need to draft things, develop surveys, and so on, to do engagement and reach out or create brochures or whatever they want to do to make sure for how they are going to sort of communicate that citizen interest back and forth and the policing needs with the community. So again, that feeds into when we talk about competency matrix, some of those things to work effectively if you have anyone who has a skill set. And if you don't have it, maybe it's creating some sort of budget that your committee, and now that I think about it, that's another way of maybe looking at it, right? Is having a pool of money that your committee members can access to get the expert comments or guidance or support on engagement or something that they need. Or so that's maybe a different way to look at getting some of those skill sets in there too, is being able to outsource it where and when they need to. It's because it's not like at a committee local level it's going to be happening extensively, but something maybe to consider and look at as well. Professional development is another one of the things. The Alberta Association of Police Governance, AAPG, has an annual conference. We've been working with them more to sort of, as I said, develop a resource database and things, but just even going to that conference or having a membership with the Canadian Association of Police Governance and providing funds to make sure that the committee has access to that resource database. And they have monthly seminars and things that you, for $125 once you're a member, per session, all of them could sign into and listen to those sessions that give them more information about governance and oversight and policing and trends and things that would help them do their jobs better and on an ongoing basis develop the knowledge base. Through the Provincial Police Advisory Board, again, they've been starting to share information out because we've been doing lots of knowledge building with the RCMP and that Provincial Police Advisory Board. So when there's questions and things, just making sure there's access there, but having actual professional development opportunities available to them, I think is really, really important. And again, remuneration is not required, but it's something worth looking at if it can support participation and where you're having challenges in doing that. Or like I said, maybe some outsourcing or something. It has to be a little bit creative, I think, when it's getting into the smaller communities for sure. And then really just at your very first meeting, once you have all that set up, you're going to select your chairs, vice chairs, if you have a PCD, and so on, and start having meetings and collaborating with the RCMP. I guess we'll go to the next slide. Because it really is. I mean, it's about training in that, of course, they want to review the policing standards manual, the oversight standards, and I can send those to you. And just once your committee's set up, we can send those out to the committee, and we can certainly even have separate meetings and conversations to walk through them if there's questions and so on. Anything that they think that they need, they can absolutely, or yourselves, they can call at any time and reach out to me, and we can figure out what kind of session or presentation you might need on those particular pieces. Sorry, next slide. But I mean, ultimately, it's getting in there, it's having conversations, it's collaborating, it's doing public engagement to see where things are, make sure that they're acting in the interest of the committee as a whole, not sort of one-offs on the committee, that they're acting as a coordinated group, and that they are representing and demonstrating respect and trust for the mayor and council and your interests, for the detached commander and the policing interests, and other committee members and of the community as a whole. And so that there's appropriate management of public concerns and inquiries as well as part of that. And so we talked about complaints and priorities and those types of concerns, but when there's media as well. So thinking about how the committee and building that into terms of references and so on too. How do they interact with the media if there's any questions, and who's going to speak on behalf? And is it going to be in conjunction with the RCMP, which I would highly recommend. All of those kind of communications should be in conjunction with the RCMP so that nobody's surprising anybody. And it creates an opportunity to discuss and build that relationship as well. And if I can't go for it again. Slide. And I just stressed this as well, so that's the same thing that I just said, is make sure it's committee priorities and concerns after fulsome discussion, that it's a purposeful discussion and we're asking questions that we really need to ask not just for interest in learning, because that's something that can be done otherwise, but building the knowledge being important, but still distinguishing between what's just a nice to know and what's really going to help us be effective as a committee. And so in the terms of reference, when you're establishing a committee, again, being clear about what those roles, functions, and expectations are of committees, of the committee, and fulfilling their role and what you intend them to do. And then ensuring that community priority concerns are represented as the whole community, not just portions of community, most vocal pieces of parts of community, and so on, but that it's everyone's voice is heard, which means you have to more actively go out and engage some of the community members and partners to make sure that they are represented, because they aren't always the ones with the loudest voice that need the representation. And there's different ways you can do that. I mean, even just having, you know, meet and greets in a park, or, I mean, if you want suggestions and ideas too, I mean, Edmonton, that's something I probably should pull together. Edmonton does all kinds of different types of engagement. Of course, they have a huge budget for it, but you can also do the detachment when they're out there, and sometimes the RCMP, they've got things going on in your community too, so then it's about the committee collaborating so that it's municipal council and everybody's represented at the same time. Okay. Next slide. So this, we're really at the end. This, I just sort of put it as a review, quick big picture overview. Standards, of course, are ministry, justice, solicitor in general. And they talk about what constitutes adequate, effective. And RCMP standards have to also meet our ministry standards, and we've never had a situation which they don't. They usually exceed it. Procedures and operations, of course, are the detachment commander in the police services area. And that's so that's where governance does not go into, but discussion about how things are, of course, important. So it's the delivery of adequate, effective, and then priorities, objectives, and goals, again, comes back to the what, in terms of what those priorities are, how do we ensure it. It's the minister, RCMP, and it's your policing committee. So that's where the more collaborative, all the people together are involved. Oh, next slide. So that was just, so this was just a visual trying to show that it is very multifaceted, and I think that efforts have to be made. So the major relationships are the committee facilitating the discussion with the three, but as often and that you can bring in somebody and have it as a collaborative function in any of those is important. And so that's not to say community can't communicate with municipal council on it and vice versa and things, but trying to keep it together, coordinated, and then bringing people in where necessary. And I think is that the last slide? Oh, no, that was just the one to say, where can you reach out to get other supports? Of course, our office, we can do training and willing to look at any particular issue you think needs to have some further discussion and assessment. And if we don't have it, we can create it for you. Because I think we're taking a real look at what we can do to better support from that perspective as well. So don't hesitate to ask. I think there's no question worth not asking, and we'll see what we can do in terms of assisting and getting information. Legal counsel, I mentioned about municipality and Association of Police Governance. When you set up a committee, I'm hoping you will. I think I would absolutely recommend joining the Alberta Association of Police Governance as a member. They used to have police advisory committees as an associate member. They finally changed that this year, and they are now full members, which is great. And it recognizes that they have that same role to play as any other community in terms of concerns over their local policing. I think that is it. Yes, because that's just a slide that again shows the relationship between things that are discussed and how it shifts. So any questions?
Questions for Karen?
Sorry, I was hot.
Councillor Melhall, please.
Thank you, Reeve. How would it work when we have multiple detachments within our catchment area?
Well, so yes, the county you're working with, each of those detachment commanders, so your committee you'll be having those conversations specifically on annual performance plans for each of those detachment commanders will be putting together annual performance plans that affect their detachment area. So that means they're going to be speaking with that committee about more than one detachment area. So when you constitute your committee, you need to make sure that you have representation from the various from communities or members rather who would be part of, I'm not sure what the right wording is, I know what you're getting at, like you have to, if you have, this detachment A represents this part of your county and detachment B is this part of your county, they're going to have, the committee has to have more than one conversation with more than one detached commander about policing priorities. In terms of the general issue though, there's gonna be lots of overlap. So I would suggest that your committee, that all of the detachment commanders join and have that and into your monthly meetings, if you're having a monthly meeting, so that you can see where the crossover is, et cetera. Because of course, policing also doesn't have firm boundaries. So that having everybody at the table is helpful anyways. And I didn't talk about that, but that's something to think about too, is do you want to have as a not voting member, but again, a member at large, somebody from, if you have Indigenous police communities with their policing, do you want somebody to be invited to come and attend the committee meetings from that, or from an MPSA body in your immediate area, so that you can open up some of those. They wouldn't be voting members in terms of your committee because that's your needs, but what it might do is open up just some of that knowledge sharing back and forth and ask to sit on their committee, the MPSA one as well, so that you can get more knowledge about the cross boundary issues between the rural and urban and those types of issues that happen and where things shift, because that's going to impact some of what's happening for you also. Does that answer it?
Sure, thank you.
No, I don't think I did.
That's okay.
And Councillor Ratcliffe has a question as well.
Thank you, Reeve. Hi, Karen. I've served on the local police advisory committee for a number of years and been with Crime Watch. We're very fortunate in this area as to how well the RCMP work with the municipal police and the town. We have an excellent school resources officer engaging youth. And we've had detachment commanders that have been very good at approaching policing from a community aspect. We have lots of town hall meetings that they hold about rural crime. And of course, generate a performance plan that they distribute to all the municipalities. I'm not seeing the advantage of what you're bringing. Can you, in a few words, clarify that? Yes.
Well, so last year when we had a meeting, and it was with I forget the exact name of the group, right? So it was, I think there were some of the things being done in terms of that, engagement and discussion. But from a broader perspective, as opposed to a more focused, making sure that you have a citizen-led group that's actually representing council's needs, and as the liaison between council and the service, to really have those more in-depth discussions around how policing is being delivered, what immediate concerns are, the effectiveness of the way. I know that you don't have the budget, it's not your budget unless you're talking about enhanced policing services, et cetera, right, which is part of it. But it's, I think committees, they get into discussions even about traffic and things, right? And so it's just having a group where you can really focus that knowledge base. It's not too many voices at the table. It's a finite number of people who are there. There's very specific roles defined and the purpose and function of what they're there to do. And it is to ensure and have conversations with the police service to make sure that what they're doing on a day-to-day basis is meeting your local needs in the delivery of policing. And yes, and also to advocate for, if it's not, where else is it being impacted by other community safety things, or where are those resources being drawn to that shouldn't be policing funds or policing driven, but should belong elsewhere, so there's that advocacy role. I think it's just a much more focused, central, single body of individuals where there's been that thought given to what competencies and that you want in terms of being able to move your concerns around policing forward. You know, I think PPSA communities really spoke up about wanting to have more voice in the setting of priorities and goals and objectives in policing. And so that's where the Provincial Police Advisory Board came from. And when that happened, I always said, well, you know, at the local level, they can and should be doing that already, right? And then that was just one more enhancement of that, of a way to bring it up. And I think that depth of discussion and having a very specific, this is a role that by bylaw, we've established you to do this. They have that authority on behalf of council to have those conversations and for the police to, for the detachment commander to be engaging in a very active, a very intentional way with a committee that's set to do that with certain expectations around what's going to come out of that.
I think that,
you know, it's clear that then you can ask for, it's in there and it's in the terms of reference, everybody understands, you have a right to receive and ask for statistics on complaints, trends, allegations, some of the detail that I don't think would ever be provided to a looser group, because you need to have, I guess you want to also make sure that there's the security checks and things are done and so on, so that it can support some of those more intensive discussions that can move your matters forward, and not too many voices at the table that can coordinate that.
I also have a concern, and Councillor Swanson mentioned that the responsibilities look a little daunting, that I think it'd be difficult to get. We have trouble keeping enough people on our police advisory committee that we have. Mm-hmm. That I think it could be very challenging to get people who would take on these roles as volunteers. But really, the problem we see in rural crime is upstream of policing. Anyway, that's all I had. Thank you.
Prosecution. Are you meeting with prosecution, etc.?
Yes.
Yeah. Well.
And the social side, the social support side.
Yeah. You know, I understand it is, and I think that's why I've always said, and I think I said this last year too, you can look broader and talk about regional committees. So in order to expand your base to draw on for volunteers, or like I said, creatively look at it different ways where there's some form of remuneration to fund and act oversight so that you are encouraging people. Or even, you know, if you want to have an admin assistant who gets paid, or like, you know, like there might be then ways that you can think about what would work for your community. Like I just think back to last year when we talked about this, there was a decision, if I'm remembering correctly, to stay with the committee that was in place. That you had that you're talking about. And so then this question has come up this year again to revisit about like a bylaw committee in more of the form of a policing committee, a formal policing committee. So if I can ask, what was not working with the structure you had in place, or have in place still, if it's still in place at the moment?
This would have to be my opinion, that everything was basically being taken care of already, so that there was little for the participants to do. And, you know, so they felt they weren't contributing that much for the time it took. Because for myself, I would have to say that policing works quite well right now.
Well, when you
from all those aspects.
Being taken care of. Sorry, when you say policing, everything was being taken care of, you mean that because it was
the community engagement, the joint development of objectives for policing on a year-by-year basis, the reporting of statistics and of activities to prevent crime. that was all being distributed very well.
So can you not just take that committee and alter your membership a little bit so that it's not full association groups that are a member and modify that?
I suppose that's possible.
I mean, if they're doing a lot of the same functions we just talked about, that's less work to modify something like that. If I'm remembering correctly though, it was sort of a hodgepodge of people and like a whole association represented where you had a youth representing, right? And so that wouldn't really be what we're looking for in a committee in terms of the membership and who you're putting on the committee. But if the functions, were essentially what we talked about today, I mean, I think you could modify that group, but that group, if I understood, was also like Rocky Mountain House was specifically a member of that group as well, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So the downside to that, for example, and that's why I'm saying you can have from other areas meetings that or invite them into meetings, but I would say that would be a big difference that you would want to take care of is because Rocky Mountain House is an MPSA and they have their own concerns and their own agenda and their own priorities, and they do at times differ significantly from a PPSA body in terms of what your interests are and what's going to be represented to the detachment commander. Because they're paying for their police, and there's always been this push and pull between, well, we're paying, why are our officers going here, and so on and so forth. So when there's those kind of conflicts that come up, you don't want the MPSA as a voting member on your committee for your county. You want to make sure your county's needs are what's being voted and represented and the strongest voice in whatever you're presenting and discussing with the detachment commander, and that's not merged and messed in with an MPSA needs and their discussion and their voice. So that I remember that was one thing that I think I had suggested that I would separate that at that time. I think where the struggle comes with luck, and you can, I guess you know best if this is happening in your county, but a lot of PPSA communities, I think, we're just relying very heavily for two reasons, I think. One is, yes, because hard to get volunteers. And the other, they would rely heavily on the detachment commander and on the police to just say, well, here's what we should do. Here's what we're going to do. And then they just run with it. And then there was this sense of, well, we're not involved. We don't understand. Why is it policing? Or then there's a dissatisfaction. And the relationship is such that there hasn't been an ongoing relationship established that's one of collaboration and discussion. That's not just an I'm informing you or I'm sharing this knowledge, but that's an actual, we're working together to determine what these priorities are going to be. We're working together to determine whether those initiatives and programs are working well in our community. And we want to see statistics or things that show us that it is. And if it's not, that, we're coming back to the table, you'll do what you need to do as the RCMP and come back and show us, or advocate upward that that's not, and that K Division needs to consider something different from you or whatever. So I think that having that a very specific, it's a policing committee, it's specifically for oversight of police, and it's very clear what those functions and expectations and roles are, and having it just your county that's represented in that voice is important to moving your concerns forward and not messing it up. But I think you could maybe modify what you currently have. It's not, I guess I'm struggling because I feel a bit like, maybe I'm not sure what's the question that you're struggling with. Is it, why do we need to change what we have? Or why do we have something at all?
I believe. Perhaps I'll go to Councillor Swanson. She has a question as well, so maybe it'll lead to some additional insight.
Actually, I was going to give you the opportunity, Karen. I just quickly went on to the Alberta Association of Police Governance, and I see that the conference next year is right here in Rocky Mountain House. So maybe you want to do a plug for that.
Awesome. Well, and hopefully there'll be more information to share too in terms of Police Act Review and how things are structured and going. So Yeah, because that all might impact things too. And I have to say, I struggle too in this issue as well, because, you know, what is that frame gonna look like for you guys? And nobody wants to spend time doing something if that's not how it's gonna fall. But the basic essential nature of making sure, and that's really bottom line what it boils down to in having a formal committee, is making sure you have a dedicated voice that has the authority and an understood role that is expected that they will be given information and be sharing information and participating in the decisions being made around local policing. Maybe that's the best way I can say it. So that it's not something loose, it's not something that, well, maybe we have to, maybe we don't, but no, this is what we all expect to happen.
Well, thank you very much, Karen, for your presentation and for sharing your insights with us. It looks as though there's much to consider as we take next steps forward. And I'd probably look to administration too for what they would like to see from council for those next steps forward.
Absolutely. Thank you, Reeve Lougheed and members of council. Good afternoon. And thank you, Karen, for the presentation and a little bit of a repeat from when we met with the CCPAC, which is the Clearwater Community Policing Advisory Committee, the grassroots group that both Councillor Ratcliffe and yourself had mentioned earlier. I think the challenge for council is to determine which direction they'd like to go. They could have no committee and continue on with the practice that they've been doing over the last, as long as I've been around the county, which is individually meeting with the detachments at the council level, so bringing them to their council table. And I see Councillor Ratcliffe's position in terms of how that's a little bit redundant with the other things that we're doing, because I do think the detachments do a fantastic job in terms of engaging the community, from town halls to the coffee with a cop, to different meetings that they go to, including Crime Watch, that CCPAC, they come to the council tables, and many, many other community events and with other departments of government as well. So I guess that's the discussion we'll have next with council in terms of whether they wish to see a bylaw for the committee or whether they wish to keep the status quo or continue on that way.
And you know what you said, and I understand when they're engaged in that, I think, oh, well, do we need a committee then to engage? But I guess to think of it from the perspective of, it's independent oversight. If you don't have a committee and somebody that truly represents the voice of your municipality and your citizens and is doing some of those questions and answers yourself, and you're relying on the police, who is really providing you the voice when there's issues and concerns that arise, right? Like, it's not to say that you can't maybe stretch, and maybe you have a smaller committee or you don't have as many people, but you have some sense of a group that the detachment commander works collaboratively with you to develop what engagement they're doing and to make sure it's meeting and that it's hitting the bars that you want it to meet. You know, you might have a great detachment commander today, but there's certainly many communities where they get a situation where they're not as happy. And then it's really important that they have that ability to ask those questions and have it. So I think looking forward and looking at it from that perspective too, that in any situation, you make sure that you're really making sure that you have a dedicated body that will truly represent your community and citizens' needs from that perspective, from the community's perspective, from the municipal council's perspective in terms of what you need, not from the policing perspective. Because those are two sometimes very different things in how that looked at, or the types of questions that might be asked in assessing that. So I guess I'll leave you with that last thought when you're considering. I would highly encourage, I think it's important to have your own body. I do know that there's challenges, yes, in getting people, but regional is also a way to go. You have multiple detachments. Red Deer County, by the way, their policing committee is just the Black Falls detachment. So they've done that, but I think that will probably they're starting to look at being broader as well and joining with broader areas and expanding their community, their committee breadth. So that's something to consider too. Thank you very much for your time. I'm not sure if I helped. I hope I helped. I'm not positive.
Well, again, thank you so much for joining us. There is plenty of information here, and we do appreciate your insights and your enthusiasm for the subject. So I think that gives us much to think about, so.
Yeah, good luck with the decision, and if you have any question that pops up while you're debating it, feel free to just pop me an email, even if it's just one-offs, and I'll do my best to give you some information or whatever I can that will help.
Super, thanks so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So I'd be looking for a motion to accept Karen's presentation for information. Councillor Graham, any further discussion? Call the question, all those in favor? And that's carried, thank you very much. So I guess here we are. Lots to think about. What do we think as a group are the next steps? Do we need to change, want to change? What kind of terms of reference would we want a group to have? What kind of composition would we want that group to have? Is it going to be one of those things that we do as a council that is remunerated for? Is that one way to get a certain level of, I guess, make people whole in the process of giving back to their community for sitting on these boards? And finding that balance that we have with, I think this has outlined the same challenges we have with many of our committees, is finding the right people for the job ahead of them. And yeah, so anyways, council's thoughts, I see lots of lights, so I'll go to Division 1 to start with. And
Thank you, Reeve. If we were to go this route, I would want it to be more regionally based personally, because we are a regional entity, and I would be then curious if this type of thing should be brought up at ICC level to see if our partners would even be interested in pursuing a regional vision for this type of program. And would this include our CPO program, right? Ours and then the towns, obviously, at that point. So we're looking at it from a full, broad perspective. And I worry that how would a committee such as this seem to have any more pull than a community writing the check? We pay for policing service through the Alberta Police and Funding Model, and yet we don't have a very huge say, so why would a committee have more of a say? Those are just some of my initial thoughts.
I hear you, and I don't know if there's any answers to those questions, but we'll go to Sydney, maybe she has answers.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I have all the answers. Just kidding. I do not. I personally think we just need to stay how we're functioning. We have a hard time finding volunteers as it is. This seems like it's more of an urban possibility to do. For us, not maybe so much. I think that Councillor Radcliffe had many good points that we're already receiving so much of this information, and yes, potentially in the future we could have people, have our CMP members who aren't giving us all this information, but then we can look at doing this then, in my opinion. I think we just need to stay how we are now. It seems to be working well.
Thank you. Go to Councillor Ratcliffe and then back to Deputy Reeve.
Okay, I have two things, but I want to start with a question from administration. Is there some background that prompted this presentation today?
Ms. Hager?
Sorry, I'm going to turn to
Or
off.
the other guy?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, Councillor Ratcliffe. We did receive a message from the chair of the current grassroots organization, the Clearwater Community Policing Advisory Committee, which is that non-formalized group that's been meeting for well over, I think, a decade. That kind of had to taper off during that COVID period where they couldn't meet in person. So back in 2020, 2021 timeframe, there was a council motion to assist them with trying to revive that committee, thinking that was a useful and important community group. And Clearwater County's administration did just that and helped them along with that process, but they continue to struggle to get quorum for their meetings, and they're continuing to be challenging. So I think they feel like the formalized police advisory committee would be the magic bullet to solve that issue. From what I heard at the council table across the board, it doesn't sound like that might be the case. I mean, we haven't tried it yet, so I guess that's an option for council. But I mean, if I was to give council some advice in terms of options that you have, if you did nothing and didn't develop this committee, I would still continue to have detachment commanders come to the council table and have that as the voice, because you are already engaging with your community. So that is one option, which we're already doing, I would argue, plus all of the other things we do, like Crime Watch and CCPAC attendance. And then the other option would be to develop a more formalized bylaw to have this police advisory committee, as Karen described, and that would just mean more time and cost likely to get it organized in a way that we can engage people to participate. So what that cost is, I haven't crunched the numbers on that to give that perspective to council, but there'd likely be a budgetary ask associated with that if that was the way to go. Or we could do nothing, I guess is the third option. But I think option one, which is what I've heard a few councillors say, was to keep with the detachment commanders coming direct to council for now, and then see if there is interest from those members in the community groups of having one formalized group. But I don't know. I'm gonna have to leave that to council's discretion. It's your decision to make in terms of how you'd like to proceed.
And I'll go to Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Alrighty, thank you, Reeve. No, it's just a little bit of additional information. I know that when I attend the SPOG meetings, like the Sundry Petroleum Operators Group, there is often quite representation from the RCMP that is there, and they'll give sort of questions and answers for the public and the members that are there, and do often give a brief update on criminal activity in the area and stuff like that. And I also have seen that with the West Central Stakeholders Group a couple of times with industry theft and stuff like that. So they've had representation in there for questions and answers from the public. So,
and if I may, Reeve Lougheed, the industry groups have their own ad hoc offshoot groups of a rural industry crime reduction meeting, again attended by RCMP detachments and councillors and community members as well. So Councillor Ratcliffe's point of we're already doing things in many different ways. I don't know if CPAC's position was that this would organize all of those groups together, but again, it's if you build it, will they come? That's again going to be in your expertise to determine what the community is going to need for police advice.
And Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I can see where the formal advisory committee that they're describing here might have a place under a provincial police organization. Yes, the current CPAC that we have can't get enough members, can't get a quorum. The Crime Watch group is struggling the same way, that they're trying to work with a larger region to keep going. And so I think we need to find some way to keep the benefits of those groups going. I was counting on your expertise to find a way to do that. But because I don't see just how it can work. But I think that we do need to try and keep those functioning in the community because they are a benefit to the community.
Okay, thank you. And I see Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. What do we think the detachment commander's wishes would be? Would they prefer to work under a police advisory committee or report directly to us? And even our own sergeant, what would she prefer to work with, a police advisory group or directly with council?
Thanks, Lana. Thank you, Councillor Melhoff. That's a great question, and one that I think that the CCPAC had those members at the table as part of their discussions is whether they would stay a grassroots group or not, and they did attempt to try that, but detachment commanders indicated they'll attend whichever community group or however were formed, and all of them, in fact. So they go to Crime Watch, they go to CCPAC, they go to different provincial industry groups, they go to the rural industry crime group. So anywhere that they have an ear to the public is what they're collecting this information themselves, and then presenting that to us that once a year when they come as a detachment and say, these are our 3 priorities. any other ideas? And then from there, they sign a formal document and they proceed with their objectives to meet those priorities each year. So I feel like I don't want to speak on behalf of the RCMP detachments, and I don't have our peace officer sergeant here with us today, but I do feel like they'll attend whichever format is going to be asked for by the community or by council.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Go ahead, please.
So if we were to do this, this could be an opportunity to maybe streamline the process and bring all of those community groups underneath one umbrella, the industry group, the Rural Crime Watch group, the CCPAC group underneath one umbrella.
Yeah,
So potentially lighten their load of work. They would attend one
potentially
meeting.
reducing redundancy and certainly lightening a load. It would be the intent, and that was probably to answer Councillor Ratcliffe's earlier question, is the reason why we brought Karen from the Solicitor General to talk about police advisory committees. But because those other committees aren't in council's control scope, whether they continue to meet outside of your committee is totally up to those groups. But starting the process, inviting them to the table in this manner, perhaps providing a budget like Karen talked about in terms of admin supports or other things, that would be something that might be helpful in pushing that forward as a collective. But again, I can't speak on behalf of the other groups and whether they'd wish to be part of the process until we ask them. But this is kind of the chicken and the egg, right? Whether council wishes to move forward with that advisory committee or leave it as status quo and continue to have the information from all the great community groups that are coming individually at this point.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
Councillor Swanson, please.
I guess this, for me, it leads to also points up to the bigger picture and what is the GOA going to be doing between their own Alberta policing and also the RCMP. So to me, I don't want to jump the gun and say this is a good idea and then have things all rumble tumble. So I would assume that the government is going to make a decision on that, or will have a referendum, which would be proper, in my opinion. But at the end of the day, I don't want to make more work. And I think we got great communication lines with all the detachments and through those other formal groups. And yes, I understand, yes, you're having problems with that more grassroots committee, but it seems like the other ones are doing okay. And maybe that's just the future telling of, what we need to go to, but in a way, I don't want to jump the gun in what's happening for the province. And right now, we do pay into the RCMP, but we don't have a voice at that table per se. But again, our detachments are great on passing on that information. So that's just where I stand.
I guess my comment might be I certainly don't want our efforts to undermine the efforts of those groups that have already been out there and have a strong membership, putting a lot of dedicated time into seeking solutions for what we all view as a problem within our community. Ultimately, if we can be some sort of a facilitator or keep those lines of communication going, I think that's where the breakdown often happens. We have the frustration within the community, we have the frustration within the police service and all the other levels of other levels of justice within our community. So anything that could facilitate that communication, I think, would be of benefit with this. But that, sometimes one effort in one way can be viewed differently, and I certainly don't want to undermine those existing efforts as well. I forget who was first. I think Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I am comfortable in not going forward with this, and therefore no motion would be required. Mainly because I trust that our administration, that if we get to a point where we need to have something like this, you guys are very good at building bylaws, at building terms of reference, and if we see that there's a need, I feel that our administration can crank this out pretty quickly and we can get a committee together fairly quickly. So I would be comfortable in taking another look at this in a year or so, see where we're at, and that would also give us all an opportunity to speak with our constituents about how they feel about the voice we have at the policing table, find out what the Alberta government is doing, and give our administration a chance to speak with the detachment commanders and our own sergeant and get their thoughts as well.
Thank you. And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. From my perspective, the CPAC is basically failed, and Crime Watch is failing. And I think that from a municipal viewpoint, we need to try and support some of those groups, maybe in an umbrella situation, to, you know, not lose the people that are currently dedicated, the few of them, to you know, working as a grassroots group to prevent crime and get that word out. But my feeling is that we need more information or more background to deal with this, that a subsequent strategic planning item might be appropriate. But for myself, I'd like to see some sort of attempt to rescue the contributions that those grassroots groups did bring to the community.
And Councillor Cermak.
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Radcliffe, you're saying that these grassroots groups aren't succeeding at what you're proposed to do. Is that because we're advisory committee and we have no power? Where does the buck really end? Do we just give our opinion on these committees? And then who makes the final decision whether they take that advice or not? Would that be the police commissioner or what? Is that why these committees are failing that are doing it now?
Ms. Haggard.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed and Councillor Cermak. I think that the committee work has been good over the years. I think what the issue has been, the challenge is one with COVID and having that downturn in off time, and then volunteerism and the exhaustion. And that's not something exclusive to crime related groups or community advisory groups. I think that's consistent across all different areas of volunteerism. So I don't think it's any particular fault of a system. Because none of those committees are council committees, we don't have any way of other than advice to give, and they don't have to take that advice. So building a police advisory committee would be a mechanism for them to direct their energy if they so chose. But it isn't something that, like I said, you could build it and they may not come as well. So until you do that process, I do agree with Councillor Melhoff's comments in terms of timing and perhaps wait and see. The intent of this one coming to you before September would be it could have been advertised just as part of all the other boards and committees and appointed at the organizational meeting in October. That can certainly happen next year if council chooses to see that there's still a gap to be filled, and we can continue with status quo until that time as well. I think that if I had an administrative recommendation, that would probably be it, because it addresses Councillor Swanson's how the structure of policing in Alberta first, and then what we can do in talking with our partners and see where they're at with this idea.
Okay. So you're saying that you're giving the advisory committee some more power to be able to get their message across to what they want?
The only way to give the power would be to create your own committee. Right now, they're their own structure. We can't give them any power as council unless you enact a bylaw and then make a council committee. So you'd have to create your own committee to give them power to do something, to speak on behalf of this council.
And with that, council would determine the terms of reference for the group, kind of the what you're going to do, the scope of the activities within there, and kind of set some limits if you want, or set some goals, visions within the group. That's some of the things that would come with a term of reference, as well as the membership for that group as well. So ultimately, I think it was mentioned time and time again that, you know, we don't want to see this become only a political type group. You want to have that complete community feedback as well as the police having, you know, all levels of police having some input in it as well. So I think, you know, it's things that could be developed in a terms of reference. Councillor Ratcliffe, I think, first, and then Councillor Swanson.
Okay. Thank you, Reeve. Just following on the discussion you were having with Councillor Cermak. So if we formally created an organization that incorporated the functions that are currently happening in the grassroots level, then we could provide, what would the implications be? One, in cost and time, to have that support, and where the members of those committees could be reimbursed like any other committee that we have, that would, I would hope, encourage more active participation.
Yeah, and the cost would be dependent on how you set out the terms of reference. If you meet monthly, if you meet quarterly, once a year, and then the remuneration is set in council's policy that sets out that annual allotment for the different groups that we have. And I don't have the policy in front of me, but I believe it's in the few $100s an honorarium per year. In terms of administrative time, I think there would be some staff time component to that, and I wouldn't say that would be a full-time position. It would probably be more like a 0.25 position. So we'd have to bring that back as part of our budget discussions if that was the direction council wishes to go. I think it's more the philosophy of whether we're going to move forward with the advisory committee or not, and then we could bring back that additional information for council's consideration at either budget or for next year's budget if we want to wait for the leasing structure before proceeding. You're welcome.
And Councillor Swanson.
Thank you for that, because for me, it's not that I don't think that an advisory committee is not needed. I think it is needed, but I think it needs to be structured properly, and maybe through the, you know, those members that are, you know, from the rural crime, from CPAC, from whatever, is get those members, and maybe it is a strategic planning day where we get those members and say, okay, so what worked, what didn't, what's new coming down the pipe, what's the province telling us, and then we can then say, okay, what's going to be effective in our community, what's going to be effective with the RCMP or the Alberta Policing Association, whatever that looks like at that point in time. So maybe, like for now, I agree with you, it's probably not a time to put out for committee members in October, but let's keep this on our radar so that we can act with those committees in the future, whatever members reach out to them and say, we're going to have a strat day, let's get this, and take the best of the best, and meet with the staff sergeants and just say, listen, what do you want, what's effective, and I think we'll be more successful that way.
Thank you. So for clarity, where are we at on this? I'm seeing a number of nods around the table that they're certainly the groups we have in existence have value. We don't want to say goodbye to those groups in any way, shape, or form, provide additional supports, and be flexible in the future to find needs for the community. Councillor Graham, sorry.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I would concur with Councillor Melhoff and Councillor Swanson. We find out more information and look at it next year.
Okay. Seeing some nods around the table. Does that give administration enough direction? Great. Super. I think that brings us down our agenda to some of the last items, which would be number 12. Would anybody, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Alana, you had sent us an email with regards to the councillors in, and you said you wanted to discuss it with us today. We can do that offline? Yeah. Okay. So sorry. Yeah, no problem. I just had seen the email and wanted to make sure that it didn't get missed.
I think that was a scheduling thing, I think, of some kind, was it not? Okay, great.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay.
That was all.
Okay, at the end of the agenda, is anybody willing to make the final motion of the day? Councillor Ratcliffe was first. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your patience today. I think there was lots to learn as every day.